along with Paul Rochon, Ryan Griffin, AJ Riley. I'm Matt Basson. Welcome to Sports Carnage Live. We got the NFL Draft. It's coming up in, we got 5 minutes and 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. So we're here for you for the entire first round. We'll be here to hopefully be surprised and cheer our Lions pick, more likely than not, to besmirch, bemoan, and criticize the Lions pick. But we'll be here for picks 1 through 32, right? There's 32 teams in the NFL. 32.
Sure.
So we'll be here with you. Feel free to join us on the chat. Throw your questions out there. Throw your complaints out there. We'll be here to have our bitch fest with you and enjoy the first round of the NFL draft. We got big news leading right up into the draft, as apparently our rivals to the west, Green Bay Packers, are having some issues with their star-studded quarterback, who is not happy to be up in the cheesehead land no more. Wants to get out of there very quickly, apparently. And all the questions now is, where does Aaron Rodgers go? Does he actually follow through by saying, I'm not playing here anymore? I don't care what you guys do. Find a way to get rid of me. Get me out to somewhere, because number 12 ain't suiting up for the Green Bay Packers come this season. So y'all got to figure something out. This has thrown the entire draft into a tizzy. The draft's already crazy this year with the world of COVID, where there's not been the usual song and dance has led up to the draft, the professional workouts that you get to see, all the connections between the players and the coaches that they get to have leading up to the draft. Haven't really gotten to have any of that outside of some combine numbers. So this whole draft is already a question mark for a lot of people. But now with Aaron Rodgers throwing his hat in the ring and saying, I want out, draft's even more crazy. Ryan, Aaron Rodgers is apparently going to be gone.
Yeah, I mean, you think so, but the Packers seem pretty intent on not trading him, and it's just going to be a weird situation. And it seems like for a couple of years he hasn't really been too enthralled with the franchise, going back, when they had Mike McCarthy before they got Matt LaFleur in there. So it's definitely going to be the dominant storyline of the draft.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested. Obviously, as a Lions fan, what the Packers do directly relates to anything that we can do. So I would love to see Aaron Rodgers not playing my team 2 times a year.
Here's my big question. When do the massage parlor allegations come out for Green Bay?
I think that trick's already used. I don't know if they can do it again.
You only can't do it. Same joke's not funny twice.
So they beat us to it.
Do you think he gets moved in these first 3 picks?
No.
I mean, I hope the Niners pull it. I still think, I don't know what the Niners were thinking back in 2005 with taking Alex Smith. I thought Aaron Rodgers was the pick out of their backyard, played at Cal over Alex Smith, who played at Utah. It made no sense to me back then. Alex Smith, nice career. He's not Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers obviously has had the better career, won MVP, won a Super Bowl, won Super Bowl MVP. So there's no question which one's had the better career. And it just made all the sense in the world for me back then for the Niners to take him. He wanted to play there. He's in their backyard. And they went with a guy out of Utah instead. Now they can right all these wrongs because, no offense, Jimmy G, you might be good. You ain't that good. You ain't Aaron Rodgers good. And the San Francisco 49ers, with Aaron Rodgers added to that roster, with that running back attack, with those wide receivers, that's besides Tom Brady and Tampa Bay, that's your NFC Championship contender right there.
You started off really negative, and you were very negative. You said we're gonna boo the Lions pick. You said we're gonna besmirch it. Actually, you said we were gonna besmirch it.
Looked at our history?
And Dwayne Stein, apologies if that's not how you say your name. We're just gonna roll with it for here. He thinks we're picking a wide receiver in the beginning of round 1. And
if we pick a receiver at 7, I make it up off of this, and you'll just look at my office for the rest of the night, and I'll just leave.
we got a little bit.
3 out of 4 here in about 25-30 minutes. So sorry, folks.
We have a little bit to talk about. Aaron Rodgers, and that's obvious. That could shake up the entire draft tonight. It could be much ado about nothing, but it could change legitimately everything. But Lions wise, there's so much we can do that will not lead to besmirching. so much. We have so many opportunities to do anything else, whether it's trading back, which of course a lot of people would like to do, whether it's you get lucky and maybe Penei Sewell falls due, which I don't think that's going to happen. But if it were to happen, that would be universally lauded as a good pick. Maybe you can't trade back, but you shore up the defense with a Micah Parsons. There's many things you could do. Maybe one of the quarterbacks fall. And it's hard to say how this draft's going to go, especially early on, because we might see 5 quarterbacks go in the first 8 picks. We don't know. We don't. And
would you laud the pick if that quarterback that fell was Justin Fields though?
No, absolutely not. No,
yeah, I wouldn't either.
We talked about this. If they took, I wouldn't. The only quarterback that may be there, we just lost Ryan. Ryan took a break.
That's what happens when you get live, folks.
That's all right. It happens. Technical difficulties. But Trey Lance is probably the only quarterback that could be there that I would be okay picking. Even if Mac Jones was there, as much as I do like Mac Jones, I don't want to pick Mac Jones at number 7. I think it's a bit high. It's a premium pick. And we talked about this when the Lions traded Stafford, that, we're probably going to be bad this year, but there's no guarantee you're picking this high again. And before I had talked about, it would be really nice. We're going to bring Ryan back in real quick.
Yeah,
it would be nice. It would be really nice if we could get our quarterback this year. I told you guys I really wanted to get a quarterback, and then I would love to trade up to number 2. You guys know Zach Wilson was my guy forever, way before we even traded Stafford. But the league caught on, and obviously at this point that's not going to happen. And then seeing what they gave up, seeing what the Niners gave up just to get to number 3, I'm not interested in doing that. You know Zach Wilson's going to be gone to the Jets at number 2. At least that's the assumption anyway. So I'm not comfortable giving up that kind of draft capital to get a Mac Jones or to get a Trey Lance. So if one is there at 7 and we were to take Trey Lance, I'd be okay with that. That wouldn't be an issue.
You want that over like an O-lineman? You want that quarterback for the future right now?
So I would be fine with either. If they thought, so I would, if it was Mac, if it was Justin Fields, I'm going to be pissed. You guys know how I feel about him. I think he's way too risky. And I hate people that say that guy's going to be a bust. That guy's going to be a superstar. Talking in absolutes about the draft gets old. It gets very old. And on top of that, quarterback, nothing, of course, is more volatile. And a lot of times it's not even the player themselves. It's a lot of where they go, how they're used, the talent around them. You look at one of the most famous cases. What could David Carr have been had he been drafted not where he was drafted, right? So you never know what's going to happen. But Justin Fields, to me, is an exceptionally risky pick. A team like the Lions that has so many holes and so many issues to address, and quite frankly isn't contending anytime soon. So what we've seen lately is you either have an underpaid veteran like Brady wins the Super Bowl, or you have a guy on a rookie deal wins the Super Bowl. It's pretty much how it's gone the last many years, right? So even if we nail our quarterback,
huh? You're just going to ignore BDN. Just that man's not even worth mentioning.
Does he not qualify as an underpaid veteran?
I mean, he was a backup. I don't know.
And they got where they got with a guy on a rookie contract, and then he was the backup. So yes, I guess a backup quarterback in very specific circumstances can also win the Super Bowl, but nobody's banking on that, right? So even if the Lions were to hit on a quarterback right now, do you see the Lions winning a Super Bowl on that quarterback's rookie deal?
No.
Do you think we're close enough? No, I don't think so. I mean, it would be. I know things change fast, and Utah, anything Lions Super Bowl gets Matt just cackling. But it's not realistic. I don't think. I think we're pretty far away from a Super Bowl. Everyone does. So if you're going to take a quarterback now, which I wouldn't be mad at, it's got to be someone with a lot of upside, someone to me like a Trey Lance, who maybe you get lucky and he's the next Russ Wilson, and he's probably not, right? I mean, let's be real. He's probably not, but that's what you're banking
Trey Lance
on.
Is not falling out of 3. He's going to San Francisco unless they make.
You think he's going to San Fran? over Mac Jones. See,
Yes.
and I don't know. I'm not going to pretend
I
to know
think
who's going.
Shanahan
He was the betting favorite like
they're
2
in
hours
love
ago.
with Trey Lance.
I'm not going to pretend to know who's going at 3. The people think right now that it's Mac Jones, but you've seen the fluctuation. The last 2 days, it's come out that Justin Fields is running 5th in that race, right? But a couple of days before that, he was moved to the odds-on betting favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot
Big
of this
Ten
quarterback
quarterback
stuff has fallen down. I think through the first 8 picks, I think 3 quarterbacks go. I think 3 linemen go in the first 8 picks. And besides from that, you might get a wide receiver and a defensive back. If the Cowboys
Who's going to be that third lineman?
I think we know Sewell, but I think Slater out of Northwestern, and I'm hoping we grab him at 7 if we're not trading out of this pick because we need line help. And then there's old boy from USC who's got 3 names. I'm blanking on his name.
Elijah Vera Tucker.
Yeah, thank you. So I think those 3 are going to go in the first 8, 9 picks as well. I think quarterbacks, there's going to be 3 of them to go. I don't think all 5 are going that early anymore.
So you think it's going to be?
Trade-up.
You think that run on pass catchers is going to happen? You're locked into that.
No, I think one's going to go for sure. But like I said,
I think there's 2 in the top 10.
First 8
I think
picks,
Chase and Pitts.
Cowboys are picking where?
10.
10.
Okay, so first 10 picks. I think Cowboys are taking a secondary if they're smart because their secondary sucks and definitely needs that help. I think you'll get 2 receivers, 3 quarterbacks, 3 linemen, and then a couple defensive players. Then you get 1 linebacker in there and 1 secondary.
I don't know. I think 4 out of those 5 quarterbacks are gone by 10.
I think all 5 are gone in the top 10. I really don't think that any of these quarterbacks.
You look at the Broncos, the Panthers, the Lions.
The Panthers don't need a
Falcons. The Panthers just traded Bridgewater.
Yeah, and picked up Sam Darnold.
Okay, but
no, Panthers need line help. You need to keep Sam Darnold clean.
So if the Panthers, I think, are not entirely locked in. No one, unless you're Jacksonville or New York. No, you throw 49ers and they're locked into a quarterback. They're locked in. The top 3 picks
quarterback, but not the specific quarterback.
No, 2 is 2. I mean, it
sounds like 1,
they're not picking anyone else. But even the Niners are locked into a quarterback. I don't think any other team in this draft is locked into a specific position. I think they have a very good idea of where they want to go, but you think am I going to rule out Atlanta taking a quarterback if their guy happens to be there? Maybe the 49ers surprise and take maybe they take Justin Fields or something. And
George
maybe
Kittle
Atlanta says, you know what? We really like Mac Jones or we really like Trey Lance. I think you guys know I've said a bunch. Atlanta should go quarterback here. This is the time to do it. What's crazy to me, something that I'm surprised with, is a lot of the reports out of Atlanta are actually that Arthur Blank, the owner, wanted to go quarterback here, and it is the GM and the head coach that want to stick with the veteran and don't want to reboot with a new quarterback. Usually it's the other way around. Usually it's the owner that's holding on to that veteran quarterback, and the GM's like, maybe we should kind of get things going. But it's not the case here, and it's weird to me. So everyone thinks they're going to take Kyle Pitts, but what if the quarterback falls there and then they take a quarterback, and that changes literally everything? So I don't want to do a lot of guesswork
then get
tonight.
Past Cincinnati. I wouldn't imagine he gets past Cincinnati with Burrow being their quarterback from last year.
Well,
giving him weapons.
They need weapons, but there's also that one weapon that Burrow knows pretty damn well coming out of LSU and Jamar Chase.
Okay, fair.
I hope they take him. I wouldn't take.
See, I think it's a terrible pick. I think it's an absolutely terrible pick if Jamar Chase goes number 4 to the Bengals.
We hate wide receivers.
I don't hate wide receivers. I don't hate wide receivers.
It's the most overrated position in all of sports.
But even Paul
I think
Robinson
wide receiver is the least valuable position in football, especially in the professional game. So the thing is, and we talked about this before, and it's why I would crucify the Lions for taking a receiver, right? So if you are not winning a Super Bowl on that receiver's rookie contract, it's a wasted pick. Because if you hit on a top 10 receiver, he better be a $20 million a year receiver. But if you pay a receiver $20 million a year, you're an idiot, and you're also probably not winning a Super Bowl. I can't think of a $20 million receiver that's won a Super Bowl. If you guys can, let me know. But it's not something that happens for good reason. Now, I know that we don't have a long history of receivers making $20 million a year. This is a recent thing, but to go salary cap percentage wise, teams don't win with these wildly overpaid receivers. It's not going to happen because you need the offensive line, you need the defensive line, you need the quarterback, you need so many other things. The only way, so like if you go back to when Peyton Manning got hurt and the Colts had 2 wins that year. If the Colts had decided to stick with Peyton Manning instead of drafting Andrew Luck, and they said, we think we're really close to a Super Bowl and we're going to draft a receiver now to help get us there, that would be an appropriate time to do it. You only had a top pick because your quarterback got hurt. Your team's actually still pretty good. And you thought you were going to win a Super Bowl in the next couple of years. So you take a receiver and on their rookie contract, you make a run with it, right? But the Bengals aren't there. The Lions aren't there. The Lions are not there. So you're going to take this pass catcher, and even if he's worth the number 4 pick, like if he's that good, if he's Calvin freaking Johnson level, right? Then great. You still didn't win a Super Bowl because you still got to build the rest of the team. And now you have to pay this guy $18+ million a year. By the time he's re-up, it'll probably be $24 million a year for top tier receivers. And at that point, how is that getting you closer to a Super Bowl? So at that point, it was a wasted pick.
This is the way the draft always goes. You always see receivers going in the first 15 picks, and these are always by generally bad teams that are taking these guys. Yes, I agree. You need O-line. You need to keep your quarterback healthy, especially Joe Burrow, who just didn't finish his rookie year because his O-line couldn't keep him healthy. So you need O-line help, and I don't think it's a smart thing to go get him a security blanket in Jamar Chase. I think it's the smart thing to keep him healthy and get the guys that can block to keep him upright. But things happen in the NFL. Even when you have the greatest offensive line in history, people get hurt. It's going to happen. So you do need those offensive weapons as well, and the Bengals are thinking about replacing A.J. Green, so they do want that stud wide receiver, and there are a couple in this draft that could end up being that next stud receiver. I agree. Going this early with them and paying them all sorts of money when you are not that close to a Super Bowl is a bad idea, and offensive line is the way to go for all of these bad teams. That's where I want our guys to go. I want the Lions to take O-line all day. I don't care about keeping Jared Goff healthy. I don't think he's going to be the quarterback for the future for this team. Our quarterback is coming down the line at some point. But I do want that O-line established so that we have a competent offense and we are no longer a laughing stock in the NFL when it comes to our schedule. And everyone go, oh, well, there's another loss, there's another loss, there's another loss. I want that O-line help, but you're going to obviously have these guys that are taking wide receivers. We've seen it for years, and it's generally by bad teams.
And isn't that part of what makes them bad teams? Because they keep making decisions like that in the grand scheme of things are not getting them closer to a Super Bowl. And it's funny to me that teams...
you see these rumors abound, Paul? I know
what rumors?
We know this is Don. Don jumping in saying rumors are Rodgers to the Broncos.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that for a handful of reasons. It's possible. I wouldn't rule out anything at this point. I do think Rodgers is not going to play for the Packers next year. I would be at this point borderline shocked if Rodgers. He did. Well, he said it, but that doesn't always make it true.
He'd rather host Jeopardy than play for the Packers next year.
It wasn't long ago that a quarterback in Texas said that he was not going to play for his team again. Now it's when he plays.
He might end up in jail instead.
That's probably not likely. You think things will get settled, but I don't see a team trading for him at this point. So you never know what's going to happen. That's why we try not to. I'm sorry, what?
How do you settle those charges?
Ask Big Ben.
Yes, that's nicely.
Money talks. I mean, they didn't even. These are all civil suits for a reason. I'm not going to get into the logistics of
let's move past this, please.
What happened, but no, they'll settle for sure. It's just how and when, and then what is the punishment for Deshaun Watson going to be? But that was the quarterback story of the offseason, and now Aaron Rodgers decided to throw his hat in the ring, and he said, "No, I'm done with the Packers," which is crazy. He's such a whiny, just, oh my God, not a fan. But regarding the Broncos stuff, I don't see it.
John Elway.
It doesn't make sense to me. So John Elway, this is what he does. He can't find a quarterback of his own, so he trades for somebody else's veteran and hopes it works out.
Super Bowl, it gets you a Super Bowl.
How many years does Rodgers have?
He's 36. He's got 10. Easy.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
Brady's at 44 right now.
This is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers could walk away tomorrow if he wanted to.
It is generous. It is generous to say Rodgers has 3 elite years left. I think that's a generous thing to do. And
can you really say that when a 44-year-old, 3-year-old, whatever, just won the Super Bowl and looked pretty good doing it?
You can argue that he wasn't elite. You can easily make that argument. And it's also very easy to say that, okay, that's Tom Brady. Nobody else is Tom Brady.
Okay, but there are those that have always argued that Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady when it comes to the game of football.
I have never heard a single person ever argue that Aaron Rodgers will have the longevity. Will you let me finish, or are you going to assume? No. You know what I'm going to say. I've never heard anyone say that Aaron Rodgers has the longevity of Tom Brady. It's nothing to do with which one's better, but even if you think he's the better quarterback, I've never heard anyone say that they think Aaron Rodgers will have the longevity of Tom Brady.
You don't think he'll play 5 more years on a good team?
Elite? No. He might play. I mean, he could play till he's 45 if he wants to, but he's going to suck.
What have you seen in his game that makes you think he's going to suck at 41?
A lot of his game has slipped. Last year was a bit of a resurgent year, which I called, by the way. But he's not the quarterback that he was even 4 years ago. He hasn't had a good
football team around him in 6 years.
That is absurd to say. That's absurd to say.
Who has he had to throw the ball to in the last 3? Outside of one person.
Arguably the best receiver in the NFL. That was never an excuse for Stafford in Detroit. Everyone's like, oh my God, he's got Calvin Johnson. I mean, it's nonsense. He's had
all the same problems.
For years, he's had one of the best backfields in the NFL. He's had a solid defense forever. Not elite. They're not a top 5, top 8 defense, but they've been solid.
3 years ago
they've been fine.
Horrible.
When he got hurt and didn't play, I mean, yeah, it's going to not be good with Deshaun Kaiser running the offense. His defense has been fine. And
all right, we're open. Draft is open. Jacksonville on the clock.
He is not an offensive weapon to the ball.
Well, wonder what they do.
Adams.
Yeah, I wonder what Jacksonville's going to take here.
Did you guys give a shout out to William?
They're going to throw the wrench into the draft right from the beginning.
We did not. Can you give a shout out to William?
Yeah, absolutely. William, 2-inning pitch, 6 Ks. Put them all down in order.
Again? I feel like it's 6 Ks in 2 innings every time.
That's a William Verlander.
Well, he's not allowed to embarrass these kids again and again and again. They got to pull him after 2.
But I'm saying it's always
right.
6 Ks.
It's a
these kids, they swing it. They swing at everything.
Innings over and over and over again. That ain't fair.
They swing at everything.
9 pitches each time.
9 pitches.
All right, so the Jaguars are on the clock. They're if they take more than 3 minutes, they're wasting everyone's time.
It's not them. It's the NFL. I mean, let's be so. Then
this is long enough as is. Really, like if we've known since the season ended who they're going to take with the first pick.
Of course.
Just bring them out already. Come out with the card. Let everyone know who it is.
The NFL wants their pomp and circumstance. They want their ceremony around the
draft.
You could have had your ceremony
at 8:15 instead of 8 o'clock.
Right before 8. The clock is supposed to start at 8. You could have done all your little stupid ass concert, whatever that was,
this clock
at 7:30.
8:15.
And you know who the pick is. That's why we haven't talked about Jacksonville at all. There's not much to say, right? Everyone thinks Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in the draft. Everyone I know thinks Trevor Lawrence is the best quarterback in the draft. Maybe you guys have a different opinion. But this has been the clear-cut pick for a long time. Kyle Trask. Who was it? I saw someone.
I saw something on I think it was like
something
TikTok
about
or
Trask
Instagram
maybe sneaking into the first round. That would surprise me.
No way.
What is the most interesting storyline about Jacksonville? It has to be Urban Meyer. You got Urban Meyer coming out of retirement from college. He's never coached at the pro level like this. And he's going to get a fresh start with a very raw team. And he's going to get a generational talent at quarterback to start with. But Jacksonville doesn't have a lot else right now.
What's going to happen to the best mustache?
You got James Robinson and DJ Shark.
You do have.
They give you some weapons.
You do have some skill players,
and
but
Chenault.
winning relevant
didn't
playoff
they take
games.
New England to the wire too that year?
They did, yes. And they had a really good defense. They had a defensive line that got after it. They had Jalen Ramsey, who has since been disgruntled and traded away. But they never found the answer under center. And because they didn't find that answer.
Don't be hating on Gardner Minshew.
They never found the answer under center. And because they didn't find the answer under center, now they're picking number 1 today. Just a couple years later, time flies in the NFL. You go from that close to a Super Bowl, like you're there, and now all of a sudden you're picking number 1 in the NFL draft, and the team that got you there is gone. They wanted to leave to go to greener pastures and actually win some football games. You got guys like Jalen Ramsey calling your quarterback a bum and demanding a trade, and now they're going to get that quarterback. Now they're going to have their quarterback, but they don't have much else. And you have
Blake Bortles led the NFL in average rush for the last 4 years or something. He was 6.5 yards per carry.
Really?
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
They have 10 carries.
No, he ran the ball a decent amount. They even ran some designed options there, but no, he was no Lamar Jackson running the ball.
So I just realized that Booger McFarland is on this broadcast because it's been on mute, and he finally got some screen time. And I am glad we are doing this, so I don't have to listen to him. Just want to throw that out there.
I see. I'm watching I have the NFL draft pulled up. I'm not watching ESPN's coverage of it.
Is Greeny on the ESPN one too? Or am I the only one watching ESPN?
No, I'm watching the ESPN.
Some of us got.
I haven't seen him. I see Louis Riddick now.
With NFL Network, so I don't have NFL Network anymore.
So there's.
Oh no! What about your Thursday night football?
No Todd McShay. Of course, you got Kuiper. It looks like Greenberg's probably would be the host, obviously.
Yeah, he was
not their first analysis, that's for sure.
My Greenberg sucks.
Blowing all sorts of smoke up Goodell's ass.
They got Joel Klatt on the NFL, which I actually really like.
Nice pitch well to the 5th. Thank you, Paul.
I think they should.
That bit of information.
I think they should do a lot more of this. Is having your big college guys on the draft shows, because they know these kids, right? Much more than your NFL analysts. These guys like Joel Klatt that live and breathe college football and are on the biggest stage and calls in college football all the time. They know these kids more than almost anybody else. So outside of your,
they might not know necessarily how they fit into those NFL teams though.
No,
so you can have Kirk Herbstreit talking about
I would say
how Micah Parsons fits in whoever, but if he doesn't know that much about the Lions or the Giants or whoever picks them, then you're just kind of talking about the player. And if you're a fan of the team, you want to know how that player is going to work within your team.
This is ridiculous.
I love what Don said just now. He feels like he's in a fantasy draft waiting the full time for everyone to make their pick. It's crazy. You cannot blame Jacksonville. This isn't Jacksonville. Jacksonville knows who they're picking. This is Goodell, and this is the NFL. And this is simply, we take 10 minutes a pick. It's the first round. It's what we do. We're putting on a show. And that's why we're going to be here till midnight.
I might tell Trevor Lawrence to wear a tie.
Trevor Lawrence can wear whatever he wants. Sunshine is gonna
money
Jacksonville the promised land.
I don't care. You're on TV, bro.
He's got a jacket on.
He's on TV every week.
Right, now you're not doing nothing. Now he's just out here telling Sports Illustrated that he doesn't care about football.
We on TV right now. You rocking hand-me-downs and drinking a beer.
Goddamn right.
Hey, PG-13 for Don. We discussed this. Don has children out there watching.
Ain't nobody swearing.
We've known this pick for 2 years. We have 3 years. 2 years, 2-3 years. Semantics, I guess. Paul Robinson, Manfred is the worst commissioned sports.
AJ, this guy's right up your alley. Paul,
I know, man. He's just talking about baseball. 100%.
Y'all keep forgetting about Gary Bettman for some reason. That is the worst commissioned sports.
I don't know. I do want to give a shout out to Albert Liu on our first comment here. He said, "What's up, Brian? What's up, Albert? Hope you're still watching."
I thought you said, "What's up, Brian?"
Brian getting
Kuiper has
no. Is Albert my Pistons recap friend?
So that's Kuiper's big board, right? And that is purely, that's not these guys should be drafted here. That's just best players. Like it doesn't matter what position you are, and that's fine if you want.
So here's my question: since we talk about this rebuild stuff, right? Like with Detroit and not being able to contend on a rookie deal for a quarterback. does it make sense to take the best player available at that position of 7? Even if that is
for a lot of people, it does. Like you see that
if you're not trading back, of course it.
But even if that best player available is DeVonta Smith.
No, the best player available is never a receiver. Like what?
I want to engage with our fans real quick. So Todd pointing out, we can do all defensive picks because we suck on defense. Stafford's gone, and we got Goff and all that. Todd, do you really want to win this year? Like, I want to get the best players we got available. Trust me, I want to make a damn good.
No, there's no winning this year.
Future. I don't want to win this year, though. I want
Hold
nothing
up.
to do with winning
Hold
this
up.
year.
It doesn't matter who the Lions draft this year. They're not going to win in a relevant manner.
They're still going to be bad.
It doesn't matter. They can nail every pick in the draft as starters, and it's not going to turn them into a playoff team.
I'm all for all defense. You want all defense? Let's do it. Let's build up a scary-ass defense for years to come. Let's become the new steel curtain in the D. I am all for that.
Paul has a question for us. Paul Robinson has a question for us. He says, serious question for you guys. If Pitts is on the board at 7 and Green Bay came knocking with 4 picks in the next 2 drafts, are you taking that deal?
Absolutely.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's one non-quarterback in this draft that I am staying. Here we go.
First pick.
I was going to say, I guess we're not doing it.
All right. We'll throw it up. We'll throw this up for you guys.
Oh, my God. Surprise.
Oh, my God. Shocker. I'm stunned.
We probably shouldn't react until it comes up on the screen.
This is my shocked face right now.
The Jaguars selection is in. Goodell is announcing it. Big suspense. Big drum roll.
I was really hoping that Trevor Lawrence's family would just sit there and golf clap because they've known this is coming for the last 5 months.
And we definitely
we haven't seen it yet. Pay attention.
That wasn't me. That was Matt.
Matt, sorry. I'm sorry. There you go. Trevor Lawrence.
Stream is behind.
Boom. Trevor Lawrence to the pick. No, it's all right. It's a stream. Streams are always behind. Haven't you hung out with Dylan long enough in your life? So Trevor Lawrence, the obvious pick at number 1.
What's his grandma wearing? Do you see that?
She's 90, dude.
I know. It's funny, though. It's like a SpongeBob outfit.
It's like a... Oh, my
Ryan, God. AJ, and we should just pause our TVs for about a 10 count.
I told you guys, just ignore.
No, I'm streaming too, so I was
okay.
Right
Ryan
there.
and we can pause it for 10 seconds.
He was right there with. Just turn it off. It's fine.
No. I'm not turning it off. Are you crazy? ESPN needs these numbers.
Oh my goodness, you're not a Nielsen household. You don't even count.
Not even.
You don't know that.
I do know that they don't put Nielsen homes in Motel 6s.
You don't know that either.
It's a Super 8. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's about 20% cheaper than a Motel 6. And half as nice.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so the shocker of all shockers, none, is in. I don't know why we had to wait as long as we had to wait for this first pick. But Trevor Lawrence.
Urban said he's considering 3 people.
Urban Meyer now has the best quarterback he's ever had, and that's saying something because he's had some pretty good quarterbacks throughout his time in college, in Utah, in Florida, in Ohio State, now in Jacksonville. So what does this mean for the Jaguars? They obviously still need a lot of help. Sunshine ain't bringing them that many wins on his own. He's a damn good quarterback, no question about it. And they have Chark as a good receiver. And they have a decent running game, James Robinson, like Ryan said earlier. But this team still needs a lot of work. And they're bringing in a guy who has lost all of 5 times between high school and college, I think they were saying, right? He lost 3 times in high school and twice in college. So this is a guy not used to losing. And now he's going to one of the, outside of one really special year that they rode all the way to the AFC Championship game, one of the worst franchises in football. They just let's not mince words here. This is one of the worst franchises in the NFL, and they have 2 AFC Championship appearances to their credit. Their first year, and then a couple years ago.
Didn't they make a Super Bowl? No, that was the Panthers as one of the expansion teams.
Yeah, no, but Jacksonville made it to the AFC Championship game,
right?
In
with Mark Brunell, right?
6. It was a year they were both franchises, they both made it to the championship game, but neither one made it to the Super Bowl.
Ryan, how are you doing?
And they had MJD. Matt called me Robin, and then I guess the computer didn't like it and kicked me out.
I did not mean to. I said James Robinson and then went to say your name. And that just
No, so I had to switch computers because my other one, I updated it yesterday, like the one I was using first, and then it was like update, restart now, and it wouldn't get off the screen. So all right, whatever. Restart now, switch to my other computer, and it was way worse.
Lots of technical difficulties, Ryan. Use a wire next time. So we got the Jets are on the board now. Jacksonville, we talked about Jacksonville's going to need to get, not Jacksonville, but Jacksonville's new acquisitions this offseason are going to need to get used to losing in a hurry. Urban Meyer, not used to losing. Not in college, not anywhere. Right. Trevor Lawrence, not used to losing, not in college, not anywhere. How are they going to handle with not having more talent around them than everyone else? Not being Trevor Lawrence at every stop that he's been at, he's been able to make a difference. If they didn't have the most talent, his talent alone was enough to carry them. That's not going to be the case in Jacksonville against NFL teams. So is that going to happen? Urban Meyer is used to having more talent than anyone else, right? Or where has Urban Meyer been that he didn't have as much talent? That's fair. Utah. But
Bowling Green before Utah or something?
Who do Utah play? Utah didn't play.
A bunch of teams that should have been better than them.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, Utah wasn't in the pack when Urban was there. They hadn't joined the pack yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. They were in the, what was it, the Mountain West or whatever?
Yeah, I think they were in the Mountain West.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not.
So, in comparison to the rest of the league, yeah, he probably had some of the better quality athletes, but he didn't have the best of the best in the country.
So it's been a long time.
I mean, not when he first got there, probably. It probably took him time to recruit the better players.
Well, so it doesn't though. When you go in and you overhaul a roster at a school like that, and it's a ton of transfers, a ton of JUCOs, and then you're bringing in some of your own guys, but you're coming in, you're overhauling that roster
back
right
then.
Away.
What it's like now, where people are just coming and going like.
Well, JUCOs have been forever. That's been the thing.
Don't have to wait.
That's still part of the skills,
neither is grad transfers. So it depends on the school. You can't. There's certain schools you can't go into Stanford and overhaul a roster like that, but you can do it at other schools. You can go into Utah and do that, and obviously that's a big jump start. The point has been a long time since Urban Meyer hasn't had way better talent than most of the teams he's played against, and talent on par to the best teams he's playing. He's not going to have that, and is he going to be able to adapt? He's lucky that he has the quarterback. You're very lucky that you're in a spot where you get to come in and you do get what should be a very good NFL quarterback. But outside of that, how much patience are they going to have, and can he coach at a major talent deficit? He has not been at a place with a talent deficit like this ever. At least not, maybe Bowling Green, maybe, but that's a long, long time ago. So coming out of retirement, never having coached in the pros, and having to be in this situation,
I angered Todd.
Yeah.
Oh, what did you do to Todd?
He is mad that Lions don't want to win this year. That we should want them to win every year. It's not about that, Todd. It's not about wanting them to win. Of course, we want them to win. It's about realistically trying to make this franchise better for the future, so they are no longer a laughing stock in the National Football League. Because let's face it, this team has been a laughing stock.
I think Adele's walking up with
9 times out of 10.
So
this is just the facts of the Detroit Lions. They are not a good franchise and haven't been for them. I'm 39 years old. For the majority of my lifetime, not been a good franchise.
So the Jets pick is in. Goodell's coming up to announce it. Todd, you say that our motto should be for all teams to win now, and it's great to talk about that. Like, of course, if we could win now, we want to win now.
Sure.
But from a realistic preposition, we're not winning now. Yes, another shocker. The Jets take Zach Wilson. Looking good.
I don't see that yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something about this pick, and I want your honest opinion about this. Okay.
Okay. All right.
We know the glitz and glam of New York, right? Especially the pressure being, I would say there's probably more pressure on the Giants than maybe the Jets. But does a kid from BYU, is he able to handle the pressure of the New York spotlight?
See, I don't buy this as something that matters in 2021. Like I don't. A quarterback to me is not failing because of the pressure of their media market. Like it's not the pressure of being an NFL player, the pressure of leading an NFL team. Sure, the pressure of I'm in New York instead of Detroit to me is nonsense.
See, I don't think that's a thing. I think there's a little bit more to media pressure than you're actually giving credit for.
I do too. When
you're walking down the street in New York and you see the tabloids that say, that have punned your name in the most negative way possible. Like that does take a toll on you a little bit.
You're not at this level if that kind of thing is making or breaking your development. No, you're not here.
I don't think that's true, but I do think in a situation like Zach Wilson, where you're coming in and you're definitely going to be the starter from like day one,
right?
And he went to BYU, so he's probably a little bit older than some of the other rookies, but going in there day one is different than being able to sit back and obviously, kind of chill a little bit and get used to everything else. Where even though he is just a rookie, if he plays poorly, the first year, the first 8 games, there's going to be those headlines that you talk about. So Wilson, the worst, whatever it is, just like on the back pages. And you obviously don't want to see anything like that. And we've had players before, players that we know are good NFL players come out and say that like, stuff the media has said has affected them. It's made them mad. It's kind of thrown them off their game.
Sure.
I don't know that it will happen, but I think it could, and I think Zach Wilson is in
media with New York, where you have millions and millions of people who listen to the radio, who watch the shows, who read the papers, who are going to be bumping into this guy wherever he goes. He can't hide. He can't hide in New York. So people are going to be bumping into him wherever he goes, grocery shopping, a Dunkin' Donuts, wherever he's going. People who have heard all the crap about how he's playing, he's going to get questions. He's going to get pressured. There's radio stuff every single day.
That exists everywhere. It's not
everywhere. I worked in San Diego for the Chargers. There's no pressure for the Chargers in San Diego, and they were San Diego. But it's not a giant media market like New York where it's everywhere.
First of all, you act like that he's going to be in an apartment downtown. Walking through.
Where do you think the athletes in New York?
I don't know where he's going to live.
He's driven everywhere and hidden from the people. It's not going to happen.
I mean, he will live in an apartment building.
He can hide from as many people as he wants to. He can live wherever. It's not. They don't even play near the city. I mean,
Jersey are one and the same for this. Trust me.
Yeah,
but they're not. They're not one and the same for if he doesn't want to constantly be around people, bumping into people, getting dragged on. He won't be. He can pick any
media. It's a different animal for New York, for Boston, for
it's an irrelevant animal. It's something for people like us to talk about.
Of a different nature than other
listen. It's a nonsense. I don't think. It's not. First of all, it's not a nonsense talking point. There's more credence to it than you're giving it, and probably a little less credence than what we're giving it. Like there is something to be said for it. You cannot dismiss it completely because
I'm doing exactly that actually.
I know, but and then you would be wrong because like we don't know the exact mental makeup of these guys. We don't. Yeah, you're right. They could choose to live out away from people. The odds are that's not going to happen, especially in New York, right?
The cool Paul agrees with us.
Yeah, thanks, Paul Robinson. We'll have you on instead of this one.
Here's
he didn't say.
Listen,
how does a bunch of newspapers saying this dude sucks affect his development?
It's not just newspapers.
It's not
just a bunch of radio shows saying this dude sucks.
Here's the reality. Here's the reality. When you are a 20-something-year-old kid, right? And we've talked about this, and you've complained about it all the time. Sports fans always put undue pressure on, especially high draft picks, right? That's why everybody did not like Stafford, but you would call those people idiots, would you not?
Stafford for not liking him? No. For thinking he is a bad quarterback? Yes.
Okay. But he never delivered a Super Bowl, even though he was the number 1 pick. And people wanted him out how many years ago? That type of pressure, right? And then when you hear the same thing on the radio, and then you hear the same thing or you read the same thing in the newspaper, and maybe you see the same thing on a TV broadcast, and your first couple of games don't go great, like that does kind of plant that seed of doubt in your mind, and that does affect you mentally.
Not if you're at this level, dude. No.
You can't say that.
Look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold,
the middle of
Sam
nowhere,
Darnold came out and said he was
population of 4,000 people, and he's about to move to a place with 9 million people. It's a completely different world for him.
And if you're bad, everyone's going to say you suck.
If he wants to be around those people, obviously it's not bothering him. It's not something he's worried about.
It doesn't work that way.
You're not understanding. You're acting like that if this guy sucks, he's going to be subjected to torment everywhere he goes, and people are going to be throwing shit at him, and he's going to be bullied.
What we're saying
it's complete nonsense. He is going to put himself in the place that he wants to be. If he is bothered by people, he is not going to constantly be around people that are berating him. He's not going to be making the radio show appearances. He's not going to be paying attention to that stuff. If he's not bothered by it, well, then it extra doesn't matter. The fact that you think or have the audacity to say that somehow the pressure of idiots like us sitting here talking about a guy and on a radio show and the fans are going to possibly affect the way that this guy plays on the field, it's absurd. It's an antiquated idea of the 1950s and the New York Yankees, and like it's just nonsense. It's complete nonsense.
We'll see.
Sure.
We'll see.
It didn't happen in the early
I'm not listen, I hope that he goes and succeeds. I don't think he's in a very good position to succeed. I think that it's very tough to come in.
Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold was how high did he go in the draft? Where'd Darnold go?
Something like that? Second or third?
Yeah, he went Jets. Right in the same wheelhouse. He sucked. Right? He wasn't good. They didn't surround him with a good team. They put him in a bad position. He came out young into his career. He said he's seeing ghosts. He got obliterated in the media, right? What did that change? Did he start playing worse? Did he go into a shell? Did he regress?
You're kind of making my case for me a little bit.
How? He didn't regress. He didn't go into a shell. He didn't start throwing 5 picks a game and all of a sudden become a worse player because of the... He was bad. He got abused for being bad, and that was it.
And so what happens if the same thing happens to Zach Wilson?
Well, now we got our first quote-unquote surprise, maybe. Or at least the pick that wasn't everybody knew was going to happen.
Well,
all right. All I'm saying is...
I don't think this is a big surprise.
It's not a big surprise, but it's a bigger surprise than 1 and 2.
Well, because we knew what they were going to be, but we talked about
so it's a bigger surprise.
Kyle Shanahan has been in love with this man for a while. Wanted this man at number 3. All the Mac Jones talk is to put question marks out there. Do you see that stat?
My bad. 318 career pass attempts, the fewest by a first-round QB in 40 years.
That's why I'm telling you that.
It's wild.
That's crazy.
It's a risky pick.
But
now you're in a position. So Trey Lance off the board, and we said this when we opened. We said all the reports the last couple of days, or this pick is between Mac Jones and Trey Lance. Now we said Justin Fields has kind of fallen out of the picture. We said it's. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm saying Ryan didn't pause his for 10 seconds like I did.
Oh, Ryan.
I waited though.
I
was just giving you the stats to make it sound like I was smart. Oh my God! Can you guys believe?
So tell me, Matt, you were all over this one. This was your guy for this team. Tell me how he fits. See, I don't like this pick, and I'll tell you why in a minute. You tell me
and talk about the NFL.
How this pick gets the Niners to their goal of winning a Super Bowl now, because they're ready to win now.
Well, I mean, they still have Jimmy G.
Jimmy G doesn't get them that Super Bowl.
They don't have that much faith in him.
I mean, Jimmy G already
got him to a Super Bowl,
right? But he also cost them a Super Bowl. They're drafting a quarterback at number 3 that they traded up to number 3 to get because they have obviously they're done with Jimmy G as far as a belief standpoint. So how does Trey Lance compared to
the Patriots,
say Mac Jones, help them win a Super Bowl this year, next year? Because to me, this is a very developmental pick. This is not a guy that's ready to come in and start day one.
But the way that these guys are developing faster, I mean, even like Justin Herbert last year, and he had some shenanigans on why he got to start. But I think because
he paid the medical staff to critically injure his competition.
That's right. Yeah, he's a competitor like that. But I think, the dream scenario for the Niners is you get through maybe like the first 6 or 8 games with Jimmy G, and you're able to bring Trey Lance along that far, and then eventually he just overtakes him because he's so much better. And one thing that he does add to the offense that I'm sure Kyle Shanahan loves is he adds a different dynamic than Jimmy G does because he can run and he's mobile. And that's obviously not something that you're getting with Jimmy G. And they have a great run game anyway. So I think there's different packages that you can throw out there, with Trey Lance by the time he gets into the fold of it. I definitely don't think he starts the year. So I don't think Jimmy G gets traded before, like game or week 1 of the regular season. But I do think for the Niners, their plan is to have him take over Jimmy G during the season, and then hopefully do, maybe like what Kaepernick did or what Nick Foles did or something. I do.
You really think they're going to have him play this year?
Yeah.
See, I think depending on how things go, I think they are going to try to do the Mahomes plan. That's what I see for this pick. I think they're going to look at Mahomes was able to sit. They had a solid veteran in Alex Smith that was still playing at a decent enough level in Kansas City that they were able to sit him for the entire year behind him, get up to speed with the game of football, learn the speed, earn the trust of your teammates, figure out how to play at this level. You'll play some this year, but you're not starting any games except maybe a meaningless Week 17 game if that's on the docket, and you're gonna hopefully get a taste of seeing what playoff action is like, but you're not gonna have the team until next year, right?
Okay. Let me play a little devil's advocate here. First of all, we know that the Niners players love Jimmy G for the most part. All we ever hear is good stuff from his teammates and how much they love Jimmy Garoppolo. We know also that health has been a big issue for the Niners for the last 4 years. The 1 year it wasn't, they went to the Super Bowl. But the 3 years around that 1 year was health issues between the quarterback, their wide receivers, their tight end. They just couldn't stay healthy in the field. Let's say this year, everyone's healthy. Everyone is healthy and they're rocking and rolling. The running game is giving you 250 yards a game. Jimmy G's doing enough in the passing game. The defense is healthy and doing what they've been doing in years past. And the Niners are a dominant team in the NFC and get to NFC Championship, maybe even Super Bowl. What are the Niners doing now if Jimmy G is actually playing well and the team is actually cohesive?
I mean, then you keep him on the bench.
Well, define playing well. You said he's playing good enough.
Like if he's slinging it, you obviously don't bring
so
him
in. If he
less than 15 interceptions.
This
Falcons
has
pick is in.
If he's playing at an elite level, like he takes a clear step forward and he looks like Patrick Mahomes level. Not literally, but you know what I mean, like in that elite category, then that's a different thing entirely. You now have the luxury of, obviously you're sitting and developing Lance for longer. You can trust this guy. And maybe when Lance is ready, you have great trade bait, right? Because you got him for a couple years under contract. And if he's playing at that high of a level, you should be able to move him for a haul. But what I believe you're saying is more, he's playing like Jared Goff played when the Rams went to the Super Bowl, right? When he was a Pro Bowler, but he wasn't like some elite crazy player and nobody thought he was going to be the next Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, that he's been really good with the talent around him, but he's still Jimmy G. He's not going to be able to carry your team when he needs to carry your team. And then at that point, you're still waiting for Lance to ascend and take over. It doesn't change anything. Because Jimmy G is a product of the team around him, not his own talent. I mean, you're still looking for that next difference maker if you're going to pay a quarterback, right? Not to mention, Jimmy G's contract can come off the books if Lance is ready, and now you have $20 million extra dollars in cap space a season to move elsewhere, yes?
The Niners just thrive on quarterback competition, quarterback issues. Whoa. You had Young in Montana. You had Kaepernick and Smith. Now you're going to have
hold on a second.
Along with Jimmy G.
Schefter just tweeted out that the 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. Yeah. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to go over?
So when you say coaches and scouts, he means secondary coaches, like not Kyle Shanahan.
He didn't say that.
I was about to say,
he means it because Kyle Shanahan made this
Shanahan
pick.
And John Lynch.
Shanahan had final say on this pick. Falcons pick is in.
Show is.
All right. We are 4 for 4.
And this, of course,
with
no surprise
ahead
here.
of time.
And this is
Falcons taking Kyle Pitts.
And given what's on the table, you can't blame the Falcons at all. Now, if there was a trade-up opportunity here, maybe, but they're trying to win now with Matt Ryan. Trey Lance, that high upside guy, is now off the table. You guys know that I don't believe in taking Justin Fields this high. I think it's ridiculous. Well, I wouldn't take Justin Fields in the first round, but that's another story entirely.
Ohio State hater.
But Mac Jones, I think this is too early to take him, even though he was a possibility at 3. So you're sitting here, you've committed to trying to win around Matt Ryan, and you're taking a tight end. Now, tight end's a little different than receiver.
Well, and Kyle Pitts is also a bit of a
yeah.
So
I do think he's the most sure thing in the draft.
Stereotypical tight end.
I think no matter where he went, he's going to be sweet.
He's the most sure thing from he's going to be an awesome pass catcher. He's absolutely going to be an awesome pass catcher for them. But can he do the other things required to be a true difference maker? We've seen over the years, if you get an elite pass catcher that can also be a monster in the blocking game, like a Robert Gronkowski.
He's not playing tight end.
I mean, he can play both, and that's why it's a matchup nightmare. You
I don't think they're not relying on him to come in and be a blocking tight. Like
at that point, that's a problem.
I doubt they'd even utilize him as a blocking tight end. They got him to be a split out,
to be a weapon.
Tight, yeah.
Kyle Pitts needs to be fine for those elbow patches.
So essentially,
I mean, he was in that Green Bay Packers suit, wasn't he?
Those are fine.
Those
hilarious. Are fine.
I would. Would you wear that suit?
I hate the color scheme. But if it was say the green was brown and that was like a tan instead of a yellow, yeah, I'd rock that. No, that's clean.
Look better than Trevor Lawrence.
Never go out of style.
I don't like the colors. I don't like the colors, but that's clean. No, that's nice.
But listen, I'm telling you that the Falcons did not draft.
They drafted a receiver, is what you're saying. Basically,
yeah, an offensive weapon. Because like some of the comp, like they just compared him to Darren Waller, but like I heard some comps of like DK Metcalf for this guy, given his size, speed, and build.
This guy is very long and fast, and he's not grown into his body yet. He's only 20. He's not even 21 yet. So he's going to grow into his body some more.
So I doubt that he needs to have the intangible of blocking as a tight end to be effective. Like that's not why they drafted him, and I doubt you'll see him even line up.
You know, let's talk about this guy 2 years from now when he's been in the NFL for 2 years. He's been in the NFL weight room for 2 years, and now he's a jacked up version
it's not,
of himself.
It's not even so much the NFL weight room. It's just getting older.
And even now, nobody's talked about him as like an atrocious blocker. They're just like, he's not. He's not the best blocker.
That's not what's getting him drafted there. But that's some of the concern for me. So you guys know how I feel.
We want to.
You guys know how I feel about receivers. What makes tight ends different is their blocking ability. If you're a glorified receiver, now you are again. Much less useful.
This man is going straight from the NFL draft to the teaching room.
Oh, it's not that bad.
No,
he's ready to be a flat-out professor.
It's not bad.
But the suit's horrendous, in my opinion.
He's taking a train to Atlanta with nothing but
the suit's horrendous. The bow tie's horrendous.
You know what makes it horrendous is the stripe down the leg.
The hat's the best thing he's rocking right now.
Yeah, if the stripe down the leg wasn't there, that suit would be okay.
So stripes are terrible regardless. Like you get the satin on your tux. Like the leg stripe is just always awful. It's never been good. It's that I'll give you. The leg stripe is bad.
Pitts is absolutely your prototypical pass catching tight end.
And so this goes back to what we talked about before.
Got great.
They're trying to win with Matt Ryan. How long do you think that window is?
With Matt Ryan?
2.
Yes.
2,
maybe
3 years tops.
Okay, so I disagree with this, but from Atlanta's perspective, they are trying to win a Super Bowl
Rodgers
on this guy's rookie contract.
There you go.
Their goal is the Super Bowl on this guy's rookie contract. And at that point, you can say this pick makes sense, right? They think this is going to help put them over the top before they have to pay him. Now, when they don't win and it crashes and burns and they're drafting a quarterback in a few years and they're going to suck for a while, they're not even going to pay him. He's going to end up cashing in free agency somewhere else, I would think. Right? I mean, that's probably the trajectory.
Well, I mean,
but they also like I saw something about the cap hit for Julio. Like, is Julio even going to be a Falcon this season?
Oh, can we talk about this man's king name in the chat? John Joseph Henry IV. Kind of royalty is it?
You know, you've seen those ads about become a lord. You know, you buy a plot of land in Scotland like this big and make you a lord. John Joseph Henry IV. You need to become a lord, my friend. Please. There's a perfect name.
He's probably knighted.
Speaking of comments, feel free to ask whatever questions you guys have. We have.
Yes, we
they
will
did.
make
This dude asked. Well, I don't know if he asked or if he just commented. Martin said, "Would you take a QB in the mid rounds?" Or maybe you just commented, take a quarterback in the mid rounds, trash Mond. I think I'd rather have Mond, but I'm not all that fond of taking a quarterback in the mid rounds anyway.
So it's a wasted pick to me, especially nowadays.
Especially in this draft where we have very limited.
It is a different NFL. If you are a quarterback worth being drafted that has a better than like 3% chance to pan out, you're going in the first round. It might not be super early, but you're going in the first round. If teams think you have any chance of panning out, they're reaching for you. It's the position value of the modern NFL. If you are anything as a quarterback, you're going in the first round. Even Lamar Jackson, these guys got traded up to take at the end of the first round, and people didn't think he was a first round caliber quarterback when he was drafted. If you have a chance, you're probably going in the first round. And yes, you have your Russ Wilsons, which will probably never happen again, as the modern Russ Wilson, Trey Lance, with no film, just went number 3 overall. Even it wasn't that long ago.
Picks than Russ, though.
It wasn't that long ago, but you won't even see a Russ Wilson today. But Russ Wilson fell because of size and some other things. That would never happen today. You're going in the first round. So if you second, third, fourth round, you get a quarterback, like it's almost guaranteed just a wasted pick.
So
if you truly,
this is kind of setting up for like a major nightmare scenario at 7.
I hope not.
No,
I hope Don's right.
No, this is great. Chase. We got 3 quarterbacks off the board and a pass catcher.
Right, but listen.
Bill Belichick about to sweep right in with a trade for us. Get
Look,
the 7th pick.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. But here's why I say it's a nightmare scenario. Let's say that the Bengals here take Jamar Chase, right?
Okay. Please.
I think they're going to take Jamar Chase. So that leaves DeVonta Smith, who we've been linked to and very interested in. It also leaves Justin Fields. And I mean, unless Miami were to take DeVonta Smith
for us,
right? But here's where we get into that SOL, right? You have Justin Fields and Mac Jones still on the board, which we all I think agree should not be drafted at 7. I was all for, and Paul, you can back me up on this. I'm all for getting what we need with 7, and then trying to trade back into the late first round to get a Mac Jones if he were still there. Don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he'd be there, but with those 2 on the board and the 2 tackles on the board, we know what they need to do, but what are they going to do? That's where I'm saying this is kind of setting up for like
a whole new
nightmare
scenario. I don't
whole new regime, so we can't be putting all that past Lions stuff on these new guys.
Hold on, you are the king of you are the king of past Lions.
No.
But Fields being the pick at 7 is a
with who we have right now until I see otherwise.
Oh my God.
I would rather have Mac Jones at 7 than Justin Fields, but I would prefer to have neither of them.
All right, Bengals pick is in. There he is. He's gone.
Yes.
Oh my God. He's gone. He's not going to be a Lion. No wide receiver there for us. All right.
Oh my God! Please, Sewell. Please, Sewell.
Come on, Miami. Miami, just take anyone.
Oh my God!
I don't see Miami not going Sewell here.
Take Parsons.
It doesn't make sense.
Parsons.
And he takes Slater. I don't care. Just don't take. So I said earlier, I think Kyle Pitts is the most sure thing in the draft. I think it's him and Sewell. Like if there are 2 players who you're like, these guys are going to be Hall of Famers. Those are the 2 guys I would take. So I do hope we land Sewell.
So I never.
Who was your other
offensive line?
Sewell and Pitts
can be finicky.
I want to hold on. I want to ask the comment people here. Like, are you guys saying that you think that Fields would be the pick, or you want Fields to be the pick? Please let us know in the comments because every time I read that,
even on TV, Miami's still on the clock, so I don't know how they would know.
I'm saying no. I know they don't know. I'm saying, are they assuming that we're going to pick Justin Fields if he's there, or do they want us to pick Justin Fields if he's there?
Probably a little bit of both.
Because to me, okay, Paul thinks he is the pick. So he's assuming that he's the pick, not that he necessarily wants him. Yeah, that's the question, Paul. Do you want him?
Do I want
Paul, Jason? We want to know: do you guys want him as the pick?
Let us know.
So Paul said, I think he's the pick. If nothing else, you learn from the mistakes. And Jason, so they think that he's going to be the Lions pick. Well, Jason didn't clarify.
So what I think that means is, you remember last year when we kept talking, like, even if you weren't going to draft Tua, you create.
Paul wants us to do what we should have done last year.
Yes.
Take a quarterback and force a team to make a trade with us.
But I don't think that's going to. That's a dangerous proposition.
So we're not at 3 anymore.
Dolphins pick is in.
It's not Tua. So it's.
Yeah. Like
I think this is
Tua,
Sewell,
if you're playing,
by the way.
If you're playing chicken with Field with Tua, you're okay with the outcome. But if you're playing chicken with Fields, you're less thrilled with that outcome if it doesn't work out for you.
So I think this is Sewell. Miami could go a lot of different directions here. It's kind of similar to the Lions that a lot of people think Miami's taking a pass catcher. Whereas we talked about this a million times.
Yes,
you're not winning with them on the rookie contract. It doesn't make sense.
No.
Miami made this pick quick. So
yeah, I think
it's
means
like Sewell fell. He got passed on by Cincy. Like, that's our guy. They're gonna run up and get him, which is it's what the pick should be. It's what when they traded up to 6. It's why I thought they were trading up to 6.
Give him DeVonta Smith.
Yeah, Paul Robinson, you're exactly right. Yeah, I mean, if they take DeVonta Smith here to pair with Tua,
if they take Jaylen Waddle at 6, they're so ridiculously incompetent.
I mean, you got that Bama connection, right? We've already seen it with the LSU connection.
Right.
Look,
I'll give them Waddle and DeVonta Smith.
All right, you want to talk? You want to talk about suits, though? Jamar Chase right now, that is A1.
Does he have a tie?
The hair's not, though.
It is. Listen, I can't do anything about his hair. I'm not going to say anything about his hair. I can't fix his hair.
You have no ground to stand on when it comes to hair.
But that, my.
Of course, I guess I don't either. So, because I have no.
Yeah, take your hat off for everybody, AJ. Show them what we're working with. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Put it back
when it goes, it goes.
That's self-imposed.
It was self-imposed. Well, I guess no, that's not.
Hey, like Stone Cold Steve Austin. He shaved it himself to match his persona.
AJ looks like a trucker. Is what AJ looks like.
That's what I was going
for. He has a trucker hat and a flannel on.
That's what I was going for tonight.
Perfect. It's good. Who do you get?
So we want. Are you okay with Slayton?
Slater, yeah.
Not at 7.
Slater?
No, I think because you have Mox taking him at 8, 9. Like I wouldn't mind Slater at 7. I'd rather trade down. But I would rather go with Sewell if he's there, then trade down. Then let
someone else reach for him. You cannot tell me. So we have both Mac Jones and Justin Fields still on the board, right? You can't tell me the offers to trade back are not going to be there. Don't lie to me and tell me that nobody's trying to trade up.
Tempting spots to trade up to.
They are going to be there. We are going to have offers.
Take our pick.
This is the perfect spot. So far,
Denver, come get it.
Great.
New England, come get it.
This is what I have to pose to you guys. If they take Jaylen Waddle like Don thinks,
please,
and you have a sweetheart deal to trade down, do you take Sewell or do you trade down knowing that Sewell's now gone?
I would take Sewell because, as I said 5 minutes ago, I think Sewell's a Hall of Famer. So I'm going to take him to be on your offensive line for hopefully the next 15 years. So
to me, at number 7, I don't think you're possibly getting the offer that's worth passing on Sewell to me. It would have to be 3 first-round picks to me. Like, I'm not passing on Sewell for less than 3 first-round picks. I'm not doing it. Or the equivalent of.
I mean, he could realistically go like 2. You know what I mean? Like, if the draft board shapes up different.
And is
desperate that needs a quarterback.
Half of
Denver,
the NFL.
Green Bay now at this point.
Yeah, Green Bay, like half. Well, Green Bay drafted Jordan Love last year, so they're probably not in a hurry to try someone else. But so many teams in the NFL, especially now, we don't know. This doesn't come from GMs, but your draft analysts say that in a lot of years, Justin Fields might have been the number one pick. I don't agree with that. I think in very lean years, maybe the year that Jared Goff went, Justin Fields would have been the number one pick. But I don't think he's all that. But boy. If that's the case, a team's going to be willing to give up a lot to move up. The pick is in though, so let's see who's left for the Lions.
Let's give it up for Don.
So such a poor pick. So this is literally.
Go.
So this is my dream / nightmare scenario.
This is my.
So I'm so terrified right now.
Here?
If we pass on Sewell and take,
oh my gosh,
literally anybody. I mean, this is the dream. Everything worked out so perfect for the Lions.
Oh my god!
Think about
Penei
this.
Sewell,
right now,
down, please.
Mac Jones and Justin Fields are on the board. So you have sweetheart trade back offers. Or you take Sewell. But I'm saying, what if the Lions stand pat and take someone else?
That'd be infuriating.
You'd want to
hang on. With Penei Sewell on this board right now, if the Lions take someone else, you're going to see this in a much faster motion, and then I'm off the gas.
We'll have to call it early, right?
Gosh.
I'm terrified. You don't understand.
Don't ruin it in the comments.
They were ready. They jumped
up. I know. I'm not ruining. Them.
Or in the comments.
They got that in.
They were like, "Oh,
you don't understand how terrified I am right now."
Before anyone else can do anything.
Paul, I think I do understand because my stomach is turning in knots right now.
If the Lions take anyone but Sewell here, I want all of you to walk back every nice thing you've ever said about Brad Holmes.
No, I want you to walk back every mean thing you said if they do take Sewell.
Why? It's the obvious pick. That doesn't make him a good GM to make the obvious pick.
No.
I'm very surprised that there was no trade.
We've had obvious picks before that we didn't take. It happened last year.
If he does what Don suggested, he trades back to 15 and still gets Micah Parsons, then I'll say, okay, we might have something with him. Taking the Hall of Fame talent that fell to you is not, oh my God, this guy's a great GM.
What happened with that Oliver? What happened with Tua? We've had draft picks in the past that we had the spot to pick the right guy.
But what does that have to do with him being the right guy? Making an obvious pick isn't what makes you a good GM. Having something good fall into your lap doesn't make you a good GM.
In the past.
I agree.
You gotta hit the easy ones, baby.
I'll say that for sure.
Hit the easy ones.
I'll give you that.
All great NBA players make the layup.
I'll take the layup.
Right. All of Jordan's game winners weren't mid-ranges. Sometimes you get that layup and dunk.
Yeah. Not everything's got to be a highlight film reel.
You know what I was terrified about with Miami potentially taking Sewell was the year we took Hawkinson. I really wanted Josh Allen, the linebacker, and he went like one pick before us. That's the one we were watching with Dylan at the Hub, and I was distraught that he went before us, and I thought the same thing was going to happen.
I am curious. Because Don said they're taking Jaylen Waddle. That pick might have leaked on Twitter.
I don't care what.
Oh yeah,
as long as they took Waddle, no take.
Well, I'm just saying we're really behind. And I'm loath to give Don free credit when Don might not have earned it.
And any of you fans who have ever read a story on Destroyed Sports Nation, that was Don writing it, or WG Brady. He's just not here with us today, but. He wrote something.
No, there's a 99.8% chance it was Don that wrote it. Unless you read something really, really, really long-winded and it took forever to come out, then it was Dylan or Paul.
If you read Week 4 Big Ten Power Rankings and Week 8 of the Big Ten season, that was Paul.
It needed to be perfect, damn it.
Dylan, you get out of this chat right now.
The needles here for the Lions pick, which is already
just don't read it. Don't read anything.
Ooh, all right. They just trying to one up each other in these nasty ass suits, huh? Jaylen Waddle coming in with like, I don't know what I want to go with here. I ran out of fabric. I was making it myself. I ran out of fabric on that left side.
It's like two different wrapping papers on a Christmas present.
I got the newspaper over here and the Santa petting Rudolph over here.
All right.
This has been the longest pick is in of my entire life. This pick
It's
hasn't
so
been in for
terrifying.
15 minutes.
Yeah, because they have to give Waddle his
They got to give him his interview time.
his
He had to finish
camera
making
time.
his suit. So I'm not ready.
Do you remember, Ryan, when I made this test banner?
I do, and I'm very
You remember
upset
that?
that you just threw that back up.
Oh man, I remember when I made this test banner 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
And
Justin Wu, what's going on, buddy?
Again, guys, please don't spoil the pick in the chats. We're about
Well, just don't
20
look
seconds
at them.
delayed.
They
Don't
should
look
pass
at them.
on Sewell. Is that what you're saying, Paul? We should pass on Sewell?
No,
You heard it here first.
What?
Paul
Will you
Rochon doesn't think
stop?
Penei Sewell is a first rounder.
Oh my goodness. I'm terrified, honestly.
Me too.
Like,
Goodell
I
doesn't
can't-
even look like he's on his way up to the podium.
He's making us sweat it
Oh, my
out.
God. You know what it is? It's because Penei's so big that they got to get him ready. He's still not up from his couch yet. Oh, God.
Oh, come on.
They didn't even they did the whole like announcement and like brought all the players out like it was like a runway for who was going to be here. Like that everybody? I hope that wasn't everybody because they only brought out like 10 guys.
I don't think there's
I have
There's
so
Goodell.
I don't
Oh,
want to
God.
be Debbie Downer in the midst of all this, but they were just showing the Lions war room. There's nothing more annoying than all the contrived celebrating every single time, like they just won the Super Bowl every time they make a pick. Like, you have to make a pick here. It doesn't matter how much you like or don't like this guy. And they're always like hugging and jumping up and down and running around like they just won the Super Bowl. It's ridiculous. It's like so goddamn absurd.
Who's this Lion fan chilling in a recliner?
They had
They've
one of
done that
those
for
for every
every
team.
team.
I'll tell you who that is. That's Penei Sewell's personal assistant. That better be who we take.
Oh God.
Here we go.
All I gotta say,
Yes!
let's go.
Oh my God, yes.
Paul apology store starts now.
Oh my God,
The
yes.
wave of relief that just came over me for passing on Fields and passing on Smith
Oh my
and passing on Mac Jones is
We did it, audience.
best.
Look at the
feeling
ticker.
ever.
Look at the
We
ticker.
did
I
it.
was ready.
We
I
did
was
it.
ready.
Paul
We
tried
did
to
it.
speak into existence just as he Brad Holmes failed.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Big
God,
I'm
that
so
feels
happy.
good.
130 pounds of
Ooh.
stopping ability.
That
Write
like,
the article, Don. Brad Holmes slays first draft
Oh,
pick as the Lions.
Oh, we
GM.
are like so far behind. He's already got it up on Twitter like
Our
5
DSN
minutes ago.
stamp of approval.
That's true.
Like
Oh,
it
it's
was
beautiful.
leaked.
God.
It was leaked on Twitter like 5-10
It's
minutes.
so
Bill from the
beautiful.
trenches, baby, inside out.
It's so
Oh,
beautiful. I haven't
oh.
looked at my phone. Oh
Oof.
my God.
Oh my God, I'm so
This
happy.
is
That
It's
was
amazing that he fell to
amazing.
us.
So much better of a pick than Justin Fields. So much better of a pick than Mac Jones.
Better of a
Because
pick
this
than anything. If the
This is-
Lions,
this is
I don't
future.
care if the
Literally a
Lions
better
had the
pick than anybody but like Lawrence.
If the Lions had the
Neither.
number 1 pick in the draft and we're not
Right.
picking a quarterback, I would want them to make this pick. Like, that's your guy. Like, say the Lions were close to winning a Super Bowl and still had Stafford and we're picking number 1 and you were going to make that pick.
Well, we
This
wouldn't
is
be
the guy
close
you
with
would
Stafford.
pick. This is, oh my God. Why are you trying to ruin the night? Why? This is a celebration. This is,
You were the one speaking into existence like LeVar Ball.
oh
Trying
my
to get his pass on
goodness.
Sewell.
I know we
Oh
don't have a
my
lot
goodness,
of capital,
this is
but with the
amazing.
capital we have in the next couple of drafts, is it worth maybe trying to get back up into the first round?
No. Well, I
No.
mean, it depends who it's for, but trading, especially when you're a team that has so many needs, trading up is like never
A
good.
bad idea. Right, I agree. I agree.
It's
Do
just-
you guys think with number 8, and I don't want to get off the Lions because it's obviously what everybody cares about, but do you think having Sam Darnold
Paul, that's a risky
takes
game.
the Panthers out of quarterback consideration?
Not at all.
I wouldn't think
I don't
so.
think so.
I think like if you
I wouldn't be surprised if
Fields
you
and
see.
Mac
I
Jones
wouldn't be surprised if you see Justin Fields right here.
So
Justin
real
Fields
quick,
and McCaffrey in the backfield.
so this is where I think you might have the first trade. Carolina's not picking. I don't think I won't say they won't, but I don't think they're going to pick a quarterback. They might pick Slater here, but I think
Wait.
this is a great spot for
I
your
think-
first trade.
I think you should pick if you're going to keep the pick. I
Paul,
think you pick Slater here.
we have to address Paul Robinson real quick. So this is
Paul
not
Robinson was
last
very hit and
year.
miss today.
This is not last year where you had two teams trying to get quarterbacks. You had the quarterback in Tua still on the board, and you didn't have a Sewell on the board. You had freaking Jeff Okudah, who you had no business taking at 3. No offense to him, who he could still be a very good NFL player, just not the pick at 3. This is a very different situation. You're even if you hold Fields hostage, you're probably not going to get enough draft capital in a trade that it's worth passing on Sewell. Sewell's that great of a pick for us. Like you can't pass on him.
Just to prove that point, Schefter just tweeted out one NFL head coach called Lions first round pick Penei Sewell, the one surefire Hall of Famer in this draft.
God, you are gosh darn right. What's up, Will?
All he did was plagiarize Ryan.
That's all it was.
But, hey,
he's just plagiarizing Ryan.
And great minds steal from other great minds. You ever hear Thomas Edison?
Yeah,
I mean,
Socrates was sitting there alone back in ancient Greece. Nah, he had other great minds around him.
Now, the thing is, I'm curious to see what the Lions will do.
Oreos weren't the first Oreos, Paul.
I would love to see the Lions move Decker to the right side, but
I think they do, right?
Well, they might start Sewell on the right side. That's the thing. How are they?
That's kind of what they're saying.
He might start on the right side too.
Tweeted that out
because Decker has some skin in the game already.
I think you
can eventually switch him. Maybe on
Paul Robinson. That's not us saying surefire Hall of Famer. That's an NFL head coach.
That's Ryan saying that.
And they basically validated what Ryan said.
No, Paul Robinson. I think he's a surefire Hall of Famer.
He is kind of that good. So like. This is what we talked about talking in absolutes before the start of the draft is you don't know any of these players. You don't know if Trevor Lawrence is going to be a starting caliber NFL quarterback. You just think you do. Like you think you have a really good idea in Sewell as a prospect. So that's the thing. Like everyone always says, you don't evaluate a draft class when you draft them. You evaluate them years down the road. That's actually garbage. You can only evaluate a draft class as it happens, because that's where the value proposition is. Using hindsight to say, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that is nonsense. You have to take the value as it comes. And as a prospect, we can only evaluate these players as prospects. As a prospect, Sewell is one of the greatest tackle prospects there's been in my lifetime. He's that good. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to be the greatest tackle drafted in my lifetime, but as a prospect, which is the only thing we have to go on right now, he is that good.
And MSU Twitter's staple, Matt Sheehan, said, now trade back in and get Fields. Let's get wild.
Oh, no.
No, he's
so the Panthers pick is in. I have a question, and Don, if you're watching, and you probably would have the answer better than any of us.
Sorry,
I feel like how many times have we had 8 picks without a single trade?
I mean,
like I feel like there's now maybe I'm wrong.
I feel like it's probably pretty recently,
there's usually trades.
I see what you're saying.
Like it's the Panthers pick is in. They're not trading this pick. Now I will say we had a lot of trading before the draft. You had San Francisco trade up to number 3. Miami ended up trading up to 6.
Like I mentioned before when we started the show, this has been a different year because of COVID. The coaches and everything have not had as much access to these guys.
I said that, Don.
What?
I was talking about Don.
But the coaches have not had that much access to these guys as they would in years past. A COVID year, and they can go see them on pro days and all that other stuff. They have a little bit of combine numbers and what they've seen on tape. That's it. So
now this is a very good pick to me.
Saints
I do like this.
Receiver Joe Horn, Jaycee Horn, going to the Carolina Panthers.
So I guess the answer was no. They were not taking a quarterback.
So I like
they take a quarterback.
Like Patrick Surtain.
That's what I meant.
A little better, but most people had Jaycee Horn as the number 1 corner in this draft, and getting the number 1 corner at 8 is never a terrible thing. It is a bit high.
Did you take Okudah last year?
At 3. 3 and 8 are not comparable.
5
considering what was on the board last year, because remember we always said it's not necessarily about the player that they picked, it's the decision that they made in that moment.
It's context, absolutely. The fact that they could have traded down, the fact that they could have actually taken Tua and held him hostage if that was the case. So many things.
All right, so does Fields or Mac Jones go here to Denver? Because this is a quarterback here. Right?
How happy is John Elway right now?
I think
how happy is Denver right now that they did nothing and they have their pick of 2 quarterbacks still on the board?
Yeah, I think John Elway's very happy right now, and I think Elway ends up going with Mac Jones in this one. I think what Mac Jones brings to the table as far as the calmness and making the correct throws and all that stuff, and you've seen what he's done with talent. I think John Elway is going to really appreciate that. And
plus, don't forget who could be Denver's number 1 wide receiver in a year or two, and Jerry Jeudy. So there's another Bama connection,
Mac
right?
Jones and Jerry Jeudy kind of know each other.
Right.
In fact, the last time they played together, I think he had 200 yards.
Against a team that shall not be named. So it's interesting, though, that like you talk about that COVID stuff and you're kind of seeing teams. I don't want to overhype this, but like you saw it with Miami taking an Alabama guy because their quarterback's from Alabama. You saw Cincinnati take right.
Well, so I don't know.
Could you see that trend continue?
How much goes into that? I mean, are you really taking Jamar Chase because he played with Joe Burrow, or are you taking him because he was the clear-cut number 1 receiver, and that's where you think you wanted to go?
A mix of both, and I don't know how much
there is a mix of both.
Jamar Chase was. Look, there were some great wide receivers in Alabama that were right there with him. I wouldn't say it was clear-cut.
Smith won the Heisman.
Decision makers think it was very clear-cut. They think Jamar Chase was that guy. You think he was
heads and fields better than Waddle and the Heisman winner?
I think I don't care because he's a receiver.
Right.
So, but people do, yes. People think that he is
a mix of both, where you have a really talented wide receiver, and oh, by the way, he happens to know the tendencies of the quarterback you already have. I mean, it's not a bad situation to be in.
I do find it interesting that Denver's pick is not in. That this ticker is running down. We've seen a couple times now. You've seen it with the Lions, with Miami.
You saw with the Niners. They got to like a minute.
Their pick, Miami's pick came off the board immediately. Well, Detroit's pick came off the board immediately.
Yeah.
Denver, I think, is maybe weighing on this a bit. They have trade offers, I'm sure, right? So yeah, Denver is absolutely evaluating trade offers right now. John Elway's working the phones. They're getting trade offers coming in for quarterbacks. You assume
one of those from Green Bay?
I think you could even trade up on it. Like I know apparently you hate him, but you can even trade up for Slater if you're a team that wants to solidify your offensive line.
I do not hate him. Will you stop? I just didn't want him at 7. Oh my goodness.
Off topic, do you think I could look up like the addresses to the Broncos? To the Bengals and the Dolphins facility and send them like an edible
send them a gift basket, a thank you card.
Thank you.
Thank you for
with
being
the Lions logo on it.
So something we keep forgetting here when we're talking about Denver and their situation. I mean, they did just acquire Teddy Bridgewater, who
it's the same situation.
So that's true,
but it's not the same. It's the same situation as Darnold in Carolina.
And it's perfect. No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Carolina, no, Carolina.
No, there's a future with Darnold. Conceivably, there's a future.
Well, they're going to see if there is. So Carolina views Darnold as their first-round quarterback pick this year. Basically, that's why they aren't taking a quarterback in the first round. They view him as a Zach Wilson. They're going to treat him as a newly drafted quarterback, and they're going to see if Darnold can be the guy. And the jury is not out on Darnold by any means. He has done some things that are like, wow, this dude could play quarterback. He's also done some things
Monday
that are
night
like
football game against the Lions and Matt Patricia.
Paul, I do think it's exciting that we get to see Burrow and Jamar Chase back together. But there was and maybe we'll post it on our Twitter. Exactly. So there was a really funny meme a while ago where it was like, "This is what happens if you take Sewell. This is what happens if you take Jamar Chase."
It was great. I wish we had.
We'll post that on our Twitter, on Sports Carnage Podcast Twitter, so you can go look at that. But it's hilarious, and I think it does a really good job of kind of painting why you should have taken Sewell in that situation.
Okay, we got to clarify.
I just obviously can't share it here.
It's Burrow, by the way. There's no S.
And whatever.
Hey,
listen, Myers. He's from Michigan. That's it's what
Myers,
they do.
Kroger's.
That's what they do. Yes.
Tweet from Dan Miller. Just got off a Zoom.
No, it's Meyer.
Just got off a Zoom.
Why are you on Twitter?
Because I like.
Why are you not on Twitter?
Because you're spoiling things.
Because I'm trying to give us stuff to talk about. Just listen to what I'm going to say. Everybody be quiet.
No.
Dan Campbell said that as soon as Miami's pick was in, they were ready. No hesitation. Sewell was their guy.
Absolutely.
Thrilled with the way the board fell. Added that this was just one pick with more to come.
More to come today or like tomorrow?
Take it for what it says.
No, I'm sure. I believe the point is they know that, as we said, we have a million holes. We have a whole team to build. We're not close to winning a Super Bowl. And Sewell is one part of that. Fields or Mac Jones here? I think if they go quarterback, I lean Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is more of an Elway pick to me.
What was the point of bringing Bridgewater in?
Bridge. They're not going to start whoever they pick for this.
Bridge. You have Drew Lock for that bridge. If you're going to suck anyway, you already have Drew Lock.
No.
What's the point?
They didn't give up anything.
I think it was Stoney. I think it was.
No, he is not. Are you on drugs?
What are you talking about? He was fine.
Bridgewater was never good ever. At any point.
Are you out of your mind?
Better than Stafford.
Oh my God.
At all. He was very good in Minnesota.
Yeah, he was so good. He threw for 99 yards in a division clinching win at Lambeau. Yeah, he was why that team was good.
Oh my God.
Tannehill did that in the playoffs.
That is absurd.
Yes. He didn't win every game. I'm so sorry.
Bridgewater.
He didn't win 16-0.
No, I'm talking about in a game he won. He was a complete product of his team. They went into Lambeau and clinched the division against the Packers, and Bridgewater threw for a whopping 99 yards.
Okay, bad games happen.
No, it's not about a bad game. Their success was team success. He sucked. He was never good.
He did the same thing in New Orleans. He stepped in just fine when Drew Brees went down.
He stepped in just fine for a Super Bowl caliber team. He didn't do anything.
Okay.
He didn't tank them.
Teddy Bridgewater has never done anything at the NFL level. Nothing.
You had to throw in that NFL level because I was about to say he was pretty good at Louisville.
He was sweet at Louisville, but I don't.
So, Matt, to your point about Drew Lock, I think it was Stoney on the radio this morning that said that them getting Bridgewater basically means that Lock's going to be released. Like Lock may not even be a Bronco this season.
Ha! All y'all can sit on one and spin.
The Cowboys got to be furious because every mock had them either taking Jaycee Horn or Patrick Surtain.
Wow.
So mad right now.
That actually makes me happy as a lifelong Cowboy hater.
So what shocks me is that they didn't trade back. And what that tells me
is that you were dead wrong. Actually, no, I'm not shocked at all.
How was I dead wrong? I said if they take a quarterback. I didn't guarantee.
I didn't say they were dead wrong. I was the one that was dead wrong.
I did not say they were taking a quarterback. I did not say they were taking a quarterback.
Do you think that now the teams in the back, like a Chicago or like a New England, who needs a quarterback, do you think
I think they trade up at this point?
Everyone is on the phone right now.
Just kind of chill back and let
because the Cowboys, Surtain was the Cowboys guy. That's who they wanted.
And now this is an obvious spot to trade up. But if it doesn't happen here, do you think those teams are more likely to just kind of be chilling back?
I think it's time for a broader discussion of, do these teams not value Justin Fields and Mac Jones? The fact that Denver did not have a good enough offer to pass on Patrick Surtain at number 9 to trade back, that tells me that these teams aren't sold on either quarterback, period.
Yeah. But this early in the draft, should they be sold on these quarterbacks? No. We've discussed this. We always thought, and we've always talked, I felt Mac Jones was a late first-round pick at most. Then he got all this hype moving up draft boards. I always thought that it would be an extreme reach to take him high in the first round.
So I would have to find it. We've talked about this a ton over the last few months. And
sorry.
What?
I was watching the Facebook one, so it's a little bit delayed.
Oh, it's way delayed. It's way delayed.
I was like, why is he still here?
No, he's been off. We talked about this for months. I thought Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson were both top of the draft caliber prospects, obviously. I thought that Trey Lance was a borderline top 10, take him in the early teens prospect, right? But he gets that bump because he's a quarterback and you're going to reach for him. You guys know I've said it. I wouldn't take Justin Fields in the first round. People think that's insane, but I personally wouldn't take Justin Fields in the first round. And just what you said about Mac Jones is a 20 to 30 pick range to me. As far as, I'm not saying that's where these guys are going to go. They're going to go earlier. They're absolutely going to go earlier. But where I would take them if I'm a decision maker, that's where I'm taking them. You look at the Patriots.
Do the Cowboys draft one of these guys here? If they don't trade back,
they believe in Dak.
No, I understand that, but is this an opportunity for them to get what they just signed Dak for? 4 or 5 years?
A long time for a stupid amount of money.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything.
He forgot that deal was
made.
They
could take DeVonta Smith here, and you have Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and DeVonta Smith.
Yeah,
ooh, that's a hell of a receiving core.
So. No, the Cowboys are going to take. So I think the Cowboys are going to take Slater if they don't go defense. The Cowboys' offensive line has been one of the best in the NFL for a long time. Between injuries and age, between injuries and age, their offensive line has not been what it has in a while. The Cowboys were carried by their offensive line for a long time. I think this is a really good spot for them to take Slater and start to rebuild what they had.
Interesting.
No, Don, you're not allowed to leak things.
Leave Don alone. He's champing at the bit right now. Let him leak something.
But they do need defense really, really bad. So, or the Eagles are drafting Justin Fields or Mac Jones. Which one?
No, neither.
They have hurt.
Neither. They're picking up the Heisman winner. They need receivers. They learned from their mistake last year taking Jalen Reagor instead of taking Justin Jefferson. They know they need receivers.
I will never.
I actually think you might be right.
Just be done with it.
The ignorance of NFL GMs will never, ever not astound me. But I don't know how you trade up into the top 10 to not take a quarterback. You trade into the top 10 to take a receiver? Come on, man. I mean, that's just a bum move.
Because the Giants were 11 and they didn't want to face DeVonta Smith 2 times a year. So they leapfrogged him.
Wow. The fully vaccinated draft room. All right.
Leak it down. It's what the people want.
It's not.
It is. Look at Peter.
No, Peter's lying.
Oh, Cowboys get number 84 and number 12. So they got
they dropped 2 picks and picked up in early third. No, mid third.
Late third.
Mid.
Well, close to mid.
Mid third.
Is it a bit strange? Is it a bit strange that the Cowboys trade up with the Eagles so they can leapfrog the Giants? That's what I mean. The Eagles trade up.
That's what I'm saying. You traded up for a player that you didn't want to play 2 times a year.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's a benefit for the Eagles, no doubt about that. They get the person they don't want to play against. But for the Cowboys to make that deal.
Y'all see that blue suit with the DS on the right?
Yeah.
Pocket square on the left, gold with blue. It's looking sharp.
The classics, man, never go out of style.
It is interesting, Matt. You think that they're going to go receiver here, and there is a great chance that the Giants would have went receiver.
Yeah.
So you trading up in front of the Giants to get that receiver for the receiver that you want to get. That's such a poor pick, man. If you trade into the top 10 to get
what? They got nobody at receiver. We've seen for the last 2 years.
They also have nobody at quarterback. I don't. Nobody. I'm not saying I don't disagree with you.
Look, I know you hate receivers and they're the most overvalued position or undervalued, whatever. You think that they are worth absolute crap in the NFL and all sports in general. But when you have none of them, you need one. And
they just drafted one in the first round last year, didn't they?
And he's awful. They drafted the wrong one.
Give him time.
The entire time
we did say I was
Justin Jefferson.
I was banging on the table for Justin Jefferson for like 10 picks. Every time a team needed a receiver, I'm like, dude, Justin Jefferson, this guy is so good. And we're just nope. Who did they pick last year? I don't even remember.
Jalen Reagor.
Oh yeah, out of TCU, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then Alshon Jeffrey put a stench on him.
So every single one of us was the Snoop Dogg gif. Who?
Not who. Everyone knows who Jalen Reagor is. Stop it.
Not when Justin Jefferson was sitting right there for the taking.
They're not the only team that passed on Jefferson at receiver, though.
Yeah, but they were the ones that we said it last year. Same as this year. Y'all need receivers. You got nobody to throw the ball to. Now, their quarterback's a little different this year. We don't know how good of a quarterback he is. I still think he's trash.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went Fields because obviously Jalen Hurts is mobile and so is Fields.
Yeah, great.
And if you just think that Fields is better than Hurts.
So anything other than a receiver or a quarterback is a surprise here. Do we agree on that?
No, I think they could take Parsons, except they just showed Parsons and he didn't look like he got a phone call, so I don't think it's him. But I wouldn't have been surprised if they took Parsons.
See, I would have been. I think
I'd be surprised if they took Parsons. I think if it's not quarterback or receiver, I think you're protecting the line because there's still some offensive linemen to grab right now that are worth grabbing at this.
So what do we think? We think DeVonta Smith.
I do think it's DeVonta Smith.
I think it's DeVonta Smith.
All right, we think it's DeVonta Smith. The pick is in. It's been in for a hot minute.
If it's not DeVonta Smith and it is a quarterback, you think it's Mac Jones, or do you think it's
I think it's Fields.
You think it's Fields going with the athletic?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they traded away Carson Wentz.
I mean, you have Hurts. You obviously like that mold of quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. And if you just think Fields is better, or if you think
from a fit perspective, you'd say Fields. But and
you don't have anything invested in Hurts right now.
So now.
By the way, I want to give a quick shout out to our hat game here because between Ryan's flat bill and AJ's trucker, and then I'm kind of in the middle, that we got the whole thing covered here between how you wear a hat.
Matt's got that Fernando Rodney swag.
Except for no matter what I do, I can't ever get a straight like Ben, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it's because you keep molesting your hat.
Well, that's just the way I wear them. This is what it is, man. I don't like the flat bill.
All right.
I tried it, didn't like it.
He's in.
The pick is in.
Oh, I do see it. I do see his outfit. Yeah, it's sweet. It's a sweet embroidery.
Right?
It's a pretty big bow tie though, but I like the embroidery.
By the way, thanks for giving away who the pick is by you saying you see his outfit.
No, you show 9 people per pick, and we don't have it on.
That is true.
We don't have it on mute, but I'm sure they've talked about every tragic event in all of these players' lives so far.
So the Heisman winner is going to the city of brotherly love, desperately needed, absolutely needed in Philly. I would assume that the Eagles fans are celebrating right now because they finally have someone worth a damn catching the ball because who they've had the last couple of years has not been worth anything. Alshon Jeffrey could not stay healthy. Deshaun Jackson could not stay healthy. And if it wasn't those two, who the hell was catching the ball for them?
No, but Alshon was also bad. Don't forget that.
Hey, you leave that man alone.
All Paul is missing is the Rasta beanie, and you'd have a set of hats, chaps.
Oh, my goodness.
Instead of hats, chaps.
Oh, yeah, AJ, why didn't you rock one of your other caps?
Why didn't you wear one of your hats that looks like you actually use the word chaps?
Me, I didn't.
AJ and I about to come back.
One of your
look, man, it's been like such a long couple of weeks. Like I went to school in cowboy boots and jeans today, and I was like, you know what? I'm not changing. So
buy the Askren Boys on Amazon.com. Authored by our very own AJ.
Can I give? What'd you say?
I said buy the Askren Boys on Amazon.com. Authored by our very own AJ.
Actually, not there anymore.
Oh. What'd you do with
that? Man, they kicked you off already?
No, I got the rights back.
It's sold too high.
I'm getting the rights back.
Did you want the rights back, or did they just revert?
No, a little bit of both.
Well, then where can they find it?
I wanted them back, but they were in the process of reverting back. So now, like, when I get back in the fall, I can start querying some agents to publish it.
So nobody can buy your book right now?
Probably not, but that's okay. I want to give it time to rest a little bit. Check the comments because Don's leaking stuff.
Yeah, so apparently the Giants have traded back and the Bears have traded up. So we're about to know.
Oh, AJ, it says it's in stock on Amazon.
We're about to find out who's about to be a terrible NFL quarterback.
Is Dylan going to have a meltdown or is he going to be happy?
Oh my God, Giants certificate of the Bears. You think it's got to be Fields, right?
Well, I don't know which quarterback they like more. I don't. It could be either.
I think with Matt Nagy being a offensive guy, I think he'd probably go for a more mobile quarterback than Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones' lack of athleticism is going to cause him.
So this is where I disagree with you on the mobility aspect. Trubisky, for all his faults, is an exceptionally mobile quarterback.
He's bad at everything else.
But Nagy didn't use him as a mobile quarterback. He didn't play to those mobile strengths.
Because Trubisky was scared.
But I'm just
language, Dylan. Language.
I wouldn't hate Slater either. I think Slater's good. Not as good as Sewell, obviously. Because your GM isn't drafting Hall of Famers. Yeah, they traded to 11.
No, I'm saying, are the Bears trading up for not a quarterback? I mean, that
Slater about to move all of 5 miles from college to pro.
Oh, from Northwestern.
If you thought Sewell and Slater were like close,
he doesn't have to move. He can walk. He can just walk.
Man can take an Uber from Evanston right on down Lakeshore Drive.
I mean, he doesn't have to move. It's very nice. If that is indeed the pick.
He's like, can I just stay in the dorm?
I mean, I don't.
Here's an interesting thought. The Giants wanted Smith, right? The Eagles jumped them. Yep. The Giants go down to 20. Is that a Rashod Bateman pickup?
Downside, there's like 2022 first.
It could be Elijah Moore. Let's see who's on the board there. We're talking a long time.
I know it's in the future, but like, that's what you're planning for, right? Is like a Bateman or a Moore.
I mean, they definitely. I mean, look, they've made some good improvements as far as weapons. They took our boy to add to their receiving core, but there's still work to be done on that offensive line for the Giants. There's still work to be done on other parts of the Giants.
Who did they take?
The Giants picked up
Kenny Galladay.
Thank you.
Oh, they did? I did not know that.
Yeah, they picked up Kenny Galladay in the offseason.
Very interesting.
But that's one receiver.
That's a pretty good receiver, though.
It's one receiver and not a number one receiver, in my opinion.
Yeah, Paul hates him too.
That's not true. That's God. That's not true.
He caught too many Matthew Stafford's bad passes for touchdowns.
He was actually a good pick. That's where you get a nice Kenny Galladay in the 3rd round. That's where you want to get your receivers. You want to get a Kenny Galladay caliber receiver in the 3rd round. So to me, this is a quarterback. Does anyone disagree? This will be anything but a quarterback. I think this is for sure a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's Fields.
I don't have an opinion on which quarterback.
I don't know what else the Bears need.
I mean,
they probably need a couple of things. I mean, look, they wouldn't trade up for a receiver, I don't think. But like with Allen Robinson, it looks like almost on the outs. You could say they needed a receiver, but I do agree. I don't think you trade up 9 spots to get basically a top 10 pick. For Slater, I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's Fields.
I mean, Slater was rated high. He was rated inside top 15. Yeah, the Bears were outside the top 15 before.
It's true.
But or other, Paul, or other.
What?
Does it have to be a quarterback for the Bears?
No, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm telling you,
if it is a quarterback, though, that
I will
blows
apologize
my
if it's not a quarterback.
That the teams are going
about to get Paul's first apology ever.
I will apologize and say that I don't know what I'm talking about if it's not a quarterback.
The pick is in.
It's a quarterback. I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I would say, yeah, you can't go any other direction, especially to get rid of Trubisky.
But does this quarterback start this year?
No. Who do they have? Dalton?
Unless you want to ruin his career right now.
No, I don't think he starts over Dalton. Well, he might start this year. He doesn't start week 1. But I don't think the Bears are going to be very good. So if you get to a point where you're like, 6-9 or something, maybe even before that, if you're like, 6-8, I guess you're still in the playoff picture. So no, if they get off to like a 3-8 start, or if they're in it until the end and then they kind of fall off, they get into that 6-9 territory, then I think that's when you throw in the rookie QB, but I don't think whoever it is starts week 1.
Dylan's dying right now with this preamble by like the first time in the entire draft so far where Roger Goodell doesn't just walk up and say who they
I know,
draft.
bro. Like I'm watching
It's
on TV.
ridiculous.
This dude's been talking for 10 minutes at the podium, and he's not even making the pick.
So while he's talking, I find this hilarious. Kyle Shanahan, to put it lightly, was amused by the reporting that immediately connected the 49ers with Mac Jones when they made last month's trade. We weren't going to look to correct that, Shanahan said to Jones. To San Francisco reports. We weren't going to correct that at all.
No, my brother lives in the Bay Area, and he
I
texted
love
me,
that.
like, people are pissed. Everyone assumed it was Mac Jones.
I think
I
Lance
love
is
it.
better. I mean, I think Fields is better than Mac Jones too. So
No,
I guess
I
if
think
you're,
Max is better too.
I guess if you're the Niners, or if I was a Niners fans, I'd be happy it wasn't Mac Jones.
It depends on where
All
you
right.
draft them, right? Like, I don't think
Dylan
Fields at
is-
7 is better than Mac Jones at 30.
I don't know if
I still
Dylan
think he's a
happy
better
with this?
player.
Dylan liked this pick. What?
Wow.
Yeah.
He was just happy it
Wow.
wasn't Mac Jones.
Well, you heard it. Well, now we all know, folks. Justin Fields is going to be a trash ass quarterback in the NFL.
Well, we already knew that.
Well, I know, but the Bears taking
He'll be better than Mac Jones though.
That's what they do.
We
If the
don't know
Bears
that.
take you at quarterback, turns out you can't
know
be
that.
a quarterback.
I know Sewell's a Hall of Famer, and I know Justin Fields is better than Mac Jones.
Are you have been drinking too much Ryan juice?
Well, just because
Mac
you
Jones
hate
is your
everybody
New
that's
England
been
Patriots
picked,
quarterback.
except for Trevor Lawrence and Penei
Oh
Sewell.
my goodness.
Everybody else is a reach.
It's not true.
The Bears tweeted
Slater
out
at
QB1.
28.
The Bears tweet out what?
Oh, okay,
QB1?
never
Is
mind.
that what you said?
It was a picture. It was a picture
Oh.
of Andy Dalton at QB1, and the Sporting News retweeted it with a quote that said QB2 asterisk. I thought it was a picture of Justin
this is
Fields.
good.
Like,
Not to start the year.
I mean, the Bears would be really, really dumb to start Justin Fields off the rip.
Absolutely. Real dumb. Do not start this man. Do not even play him this year, except in garbage time, if that. Let him sit. Let him get better. Let Andy Dalton quarterback this team for this year. You're not going anywhere this year anyway for the Chicago Bears. Sorry if there's any Bears fans watching. Y'all ain't winning anything this year. Same with us Lions. You're not winning anything this year. Do not, if you any hope for Justin Fields to be a good NFL quarterback, you do not let him see the field this year. You let him practice.
I just don't understand the love for Justin Fields. Like, sure, I get the athleticism, but like
He wasn't a lot of love for him.
No, but like he played in a system at Ohio State that like is flashy, but does not need a great quarterback to be decent in.
No, but I mean he was pretty good in Georgia too before that.
No, he was so good he got ran off for a garbage quarterback.
He was great. Like, what was his first year as a starter? Like 50 touchdowns and was it 4 picks or something? Like, it's not like he was just good, like, JT Barrett or something. Like,
but look at Dwayne Haskins. Look at how good Dwayne Haskins was.
That's
and how
he and I think Dwayne Haskins is a better
in that exact system
prospect than Fields would be.
And Haskins looked like a much better passer.
Right. No, he does not have the potential to be better than Lawrence. Paul, your comments have been straight on, but I gotta tell you, Justin Fields does not have the potential to be better than.
I think Paul
Lawrence.
has also started drinking the Ryan juice.
We don't know anything about
just because it's not Trevor Lawrence, Paul doesn't like it.
Oh my God!
I love Paul's comments so far.
Apparently, doesn't do any homework, doesn't do anything outside of trying to just show up and play. Fields, at least from what we've heard, actually works.
Sure, but from a talent standpoint, Haskins is a better passer, and that I
don't know if that's true either.
I don't know if that's true.
Hold on. I don't even care how good or bad of a passer Fields is. The dude can't read the field. So it doesn't matter.
All you had to do is read your first option. He's always open.
Yeah, and now
where are you at? If it's 3-8, where
we talked about it earlier. Take your layups.
Hey, he's in England.
He's in England? Awesome.
Well,
look at that. We're international, guys.
There you go. He's somewhere in Europe.
On to Dallas.
That's a more cultured.
Dallas's pick is in. Do we think this is where Slater goes? Because I'm that's my pick here.
At this point,
if they're smart,
I don't know. I think they like Parsons is dropping.
So Parsons would also be a great pick.
Parsons with what? Jalen Smith and Van Der Esch?
Yeah. I think Kwity Paye's a reach here.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Personally,
you reach anywhere.
It is not a great. It is not a great draft for edge rushers.
No,
I do like Rousseau a lot though. Like we talked about the Lions, trading back into the first round. Like if you can get Rousseau at like 28, that's
what about Jock?
I don't know who that is.
From Notre Dame. Can play linebacker, can play edge, can play a little bit of secondary. He's got a long ass name with 3 initials, J-O-K. I'm blanking on
that. Sounds like Julian Okwara, who we already have.
Sounds like a reach here to me.
At 12. Well, considering I didn't know who he is, maybe.
The Lions in our Madden franchise did actually just draft Rousseau at pick 19, so you wouldn't be far off.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Do you feel good now?
Him.
Dude is fast as all hell, hits hard. Linebacker as well as secondary for Notre Dame.
That sounds beautiful. Sounds like a better
Isaiah Simmons.
Wait, is that the pick, Matt?
No.
I
was saying, what about?
He's just talking about him.
They're talking Micah Parsons.
They could go a lot of places on defense, but if they go offense, I think it's Slater.
Yeah.
They were locked into defense by reports,
right.
But
as
things
a Niners
change,
fan,
right?
A Cowboy hater, I love that the person walking up for this Cowboys pick is rocking Niners colors.
This dude looks like he went to Stevie Wonder's wardrobe and just raided it. There's a concert to go to after this. Watch him get on the mic and say, "Isn't she lovely?"
All right, well, we know Dylan's drunk.
Oh God, why?
That's funny. Paul said 16-0 is a stretch even for me. I love our English friend. That's hilarious.
Yeah, wait, Paul, let us know where you're watching from. Did he say it and I missed it?
AJ said England, so that's where I just copied off him.
I said England. He was talking earlier about, over the pond and everything, but
Martin Anderson with the PG response. How? Just get it straight butt cheeks.
Am I the only one that thought Dylan didn't like Justin Fields?
No, I thought he would be mad at that pick. United Kingdom.
Torbay, UK.
UK? What's your favorite soccer team?
It's called football.
If it's not Man City, you're wrong.
Don't listen to that man.
Chelsea.
All right. Yeah, your hammers are so good.
Blowing bubbles. Hey.
So Micah Parsons is the pick, and I missed it.
Finally.
I enjoy that for the Cowboys. It's a very good pick.
I think it's a great pick. Aston Villa. Okay. All right.
So right here with the Chargers, this has to be the tackle. I forget his name now.
Slater.
Slater. Yeah.
You need someone to protect Herbert. You would think so.
They need. Yeah. You're not going to reach for a corner here because the top 2 are off the board. No safety. I think this high.
You got to take Slater.
No edge this high. It's got to be Slater.
I would think Slater.
You've got to protect your quarterback. You've got a franchise in the making quarterback.
I'm even thinking, like Kwity Paye or some of these other inside defensive linemen. Was it Garrison something? I don't think that's his name. I think I butchered it. But yeah, I think since you have one of the Bosa brothers. Also, talking about I despise your model. Yeah, there you go.
More and more. But Paul, I got to know how you're a Tigers and a Lions fan. Did you grow up in the D and then move across the pond? How'd this happen?
He just liked the old English D, and he was like, I guess I follow them.
So I love the Parsons pick. I would not have been if Sewell wasn't there. I would not have been mad if the Lions picked Parsons at 7.
At 7.
Yes, he's that good. Honestly, I think he's awesome.
That was a stretch at 7.
No, dude, this is a 250-pound defensive monster that runs a 4.3. No, I wouldn't at all think it's a stretch at 7.
Wasn't it a 4.39? Isn't that basically a 4.4?
Listen, first of all, I don't know the exact number, but he ran. It's whatever it starts with, whatever that 10th is. He runs a 4.3.
Like when I was being recruited, and this is not a pat on the back, I ran a 4.6, which is terrible. So I always told people I ran a 4.67. So I was like, I ran like
AJ, that is my exact 40 time. Was 4.67.
I ran it on the fast turf at Toledo.
Did you run it on laser?
Yeah.
How the hell did the Detroit Tigers get on UK TV in the 90s?
Because nobody in Detroit was watching them because they were.
Wait, but they were so bad. No, how did that make you a Tigers fan? Oh my goodness! Props to you.
Part of the 90s, the early 90s, the Tigers weren't bad.
I think Paul Robinson might be my new favorite DSN fan.
I think he's my favorite Paul RO. Yeah,
okay, all right.
Well, I mean, alphabetically, he is first. So while you are now in the back seat.
Yeah, you are now second. ROB comes before ROC.
Just give him Glenn Robinson's nickname, Big Dog Paul Rob.
Oh, my goodness. The worst years to watch Tigers and Lions. Man.
The 90s.
Hang on. Every year is the worst year to watch the Lions.
Hey,
not every year. We went to the playoffs in 2014 and got robbed in Dallas.
Oh my goodness!
Channel 5 had the rights to broadcast. We're learning so much stuff.
It's been for UK. So much UK.
So much UK knowledge.
I figured you just had like a Sky Sports package or whatever, and you could just watch whatever.
The Bally Sports exclusive.
It's a great pick for the Cowboys. I hate it because I don't want the Cowboys to be good. Ever.
No, me neither.
Ever. But, I mean, we already know he looks good in white and blue. He's been doing it for a while in Happy Valley.
It's silver and blue?
I mean, and they got what, a third round pick to do it? Because they traded 10 for 12 and 3.
It's an awesome
pick and got Parsons.
Dylan, you do not want
Dallas crushed the first round
this year. You're crazy. This man's saying Andy Dalton QB2.
See, Paul does have access to Bally Sports.
Well, you're one of the few. That's why MLB TV numbers are so high.
Does everyone want to watch the Tigers?
Cowboys fans should be on cloud 9 right now. They picked up an extra day 2 pick to move back a couple spots and get a top 5 arguably
Cowboys
talent.
Fans are always on cloud 9 preseason. Every year preseason.
No. They should. Lions fans should be happy. Jets fans, Jags fans. I'm sure Niners fans are through the roof. I think Cowboys fans.
I bet a lot of Niners fans are on the fence.
Yikes.
I bet they talked themselves into whatever Kyle Shanahan did they were going to love.
That's fair.
Get Shanahan a quarterback and we're through the roof. And now they're going to go watch this game film of Trey Lance that's 2 years old, and they're going to be like, oh my God. this is the greatest.
That game film has 0 interceptions on it.
That's right. Except for the one game he played this year where he had 50% completion. And
he didn't throw a pick though, I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think he threw a pick.
One touchdown and 1 pick and 100 yards rushing or something.
Yeah, they are, Paul.
So here's something
because I looked up his stats a while ago, and I saw the one game from this year, and I was like, oh, he's probably careless with the ball because it was not a good completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. I looked up the stats a year earlier. Yeah, no picks, 35 touchdowns or something. And I was like, oh.
He was pretty good.
I guess I was wrong.
No, Trey Lance was sweet.
Justin Fields.
2 minutes. Enjoy the jerseys.
All right, if you guys could steal one jersey from Matt's collection in the back, which would it be?
Is that Breeze one, a girl's jersey?
Yep.
Yeah,
that's his wife's.
He's got 2 Breeze ones.
He does.
And a
Hines
Ward? Is that a Hines Ward?
It is a Hines Ward. Hines Ward, Calvin Johnson, Tom Brady, Le'Veon Bell, Colin Kaepernick, Joe Montana, Randall Cunningham, Drew Brees ×2.
I think I would take the Montana one.
I would take the Bell one. Michigan State, my man. But Montana would probably be my second one.
I'm big on the Hines Ward jersey. I love the Hines Ward jersey.
I can get a Calvin jersey anywhere, anywhere around me.
Sure.
The other ones I probably have to order.
I literally
except
have
for Tom
3.
Brady. I think I had 2 Stafford ones.
So some bad news for us Tigers fans here. Matt Boyd yanked after 36 pitches.
Is he hurt?
Yeah.
I just getting him some rest.
No,
Well,
he motioned to the dugout apparently, so that's not good.
It's not great.
Pitching the best baseball of his life too. Dang it.
So if this pick is not Slater,
yeah,
if this pick that's been on the board for 45 minutes,
where do we think the Chargers go if it's not Rashawn Slater?
Do they? No, they don't go.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, what's? You're not going to reach for Kwity Paye here.
They might. They pair him with Joey Bosa. Who else? Did they lose Melvin Ingram or no? Or do they still have him? Him or let me look at. Andres. I think they could go Slater or whoever that defensive line is. I just don't know who it is, but I think it's probably Slater. So let me see here, just so I know.
Just so you know.
Yeah, just so I know his name, and if he is the pick, I can not sound stupid. Christian Darrisaw.
The other tackle.
Defensive tackle. Yep.
Do we think if he's there, New England takes Mac Jones?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, offensive tackle. You're right. No, inside. Hold on, my bad.
Let Newton get beat up for 1 year while Mac Jones acclimates, and then Mac Jones is your starter.
Like, is that?
All right, the pick's in, and it's all over Twitter. Should we just announce it since the draft is being stupid?
Oh, well, I see you know it.
I was gonna say I didn't know. I wanted to follow Twitter a little bit more, but I'm not. Unfortunately.
We'll wait.
Are we going to be surprised?
Oh, well, Goodell's on real TV now announcing the pick, so we should have.
I mean, to me, it's got to be Slater, unless they shockingly have Vera Tucker higher on their board.
He's a guard, though.
But, huh?
He's a guard, though.
He may be a guard. Maybe a team views him as a tackle. He played left tackle for USC last season. I think it's Slater. And it is. So
it's the right pick. It's 100% the right pick.
It's absolutely the right pick. You're at 13. You get a really good tackle.
Makes me really happy because my fantasy quarterback next year is going to be upright for most of the season.
You get to protect Herbie. It's where you needed to go with that pick. You didn't do anything dumb. I mean, it kind of fell for them, right? Slater's a top, borderline top 10 caliber prospect. You're sitting at 13. Your second-ranked tackle still on the board behind Sewell.
Yep.
It's a no-brainer, right? The draft falls to you. Doesn't take a good GM to make that pick. That's a big dude.
Another NFC North team, Minnesota.
Do they take a quarterback here?
And I don't think they'd take Mac Jones.
I mean, Mac Jones would be perfect behind Kirk Cousins, but I don't think that they will. But you're starting to get to the point in the draft where if a team has Mac Jones evaluated really high, right, and they didn't expect him to be here at this point, does that start to change the conversation from him?
It would have to, because New England's next, and New England has at least kind of teased that they're interested in quarterbacks. So you would think if somebody's going to trade up for a quarterback, it's going to be here.
Well, I don't.
Right.
Because I don't think Minnesota takes them. I think Minnesota is more in like a win now spot with Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen. You have.
What do we think the farthest Mac Jones could fall is?
I don't think he makes it past the Patriots.
He could make it past the Patriots.
I don't know. I think the Patriots could trade back and feel comfortable getting them, because obviously Arizona's not taking
one. Washington would be a team to look for, right?
Yeah, that was next. That was my next question.
The Saints are at 28. I don't know if he falls that far, but I don't think it's inconceivable.
Who is the quarterback for Washington? Because Alex Smith just retired. They got rid of Dwayne Haskins.
Taylor
Fitzpatrick, isn't it?
No. Oh yeah, they. I
forgot
they got Fitz actually.
But Fitz, like Bridgewater, has kind of always just been like a bridge quarterback.
So Washington's probably the farthest he falls. If you're Pittsburgh at this point, do you make some calls
to get Mac Jones?
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, obviously, if you like him, right? If you don't like him, no.
If the reality is, like, Mac Jones is falling to where he should have been drafted anyways, right?
For sure.
That's what I think.
And to me, at that point, that's a good pickup because he doesn't need to start this year, and he can get acclimated to the game. And
I don't think
the Jets just traded up to this spot.
Interesting.
So Jets trade up to 14. Obviously, they're not taking Mac Jones because
I wouldn't say obviously, but yeah, I don't think they're taking Mac Jones.
They're going to take 2 first-round quarterbacks.
The Jets, much like the Lions, need everything, pretty much. You wouldn't be.
I think they might take. Hopefully, I know his name now. Darrisaw, the tackle, or maybe Vera Tucker. Try and keep.
So Vera Tucker's another one.
To try and keep Zach Wilson upright.
So I think Vera Tucker is really good. If you're throwing him a guard, he's definitely the best guard in the draft. Traditionally, a guard at 14 is not super common. We're still kind of high. I don't buy into that positional nonsense with offensive line. If you think this guy's going to be a good offensive lineman, you take him. I don't care where in the first round it is. They're worth their weight in gold. So, and then they're pretty heavy. I want to see the Jets go offensive line. You got your quarterback. Now protect your quarterback and make his life easier. Not just protect your quarterback, but help your run game, which also is another way of protecting your quarterback, right?
I think they do
run the ball.
One thing I wouldn't rule out, and again, I don't think they do. I think they go offensive line. Is look out for like Najee Harris or Etienne in one of these next few picks. Because I know people don't value the running back like that, but there's always one team that's like we need that guy carrying the ball for us.
See, I think it'd be a little crazy.
I think it'd be crazy too. I wouldn't do it, but
I could see
they have especially if you could have stayed at 23 and
they have so many other needs, and they can pick one later. But not just that, they just recently way overpaid Le'Veon Bell, and obviously that blew up for them. I don't think they're in a hurry to use draft capital.
That just helps you push Le'Veon out.
At this point,
you cut Le'Veon.
Who else did the Jets have at running back last year? Didn't they have Pirine? Was that one of them?
I think so, yeah.
They definitely had Pete Ryan at some point.
They've been running
Frank
Gore out there, yeah.
Frank Gore.
Right.
Do the Jets take Jones just to piss off Belichick?
No, because you don't.
Or take Jones and do what the Lions should have did with Tua and trade him.
Yeah.
Big as in.
Wait, who'd the Jets trade with to get the 14?
Minnesota.
Vikings.
Matt, so we talked about it a little bit while you were gone about like Mac Jones has slipped now quite a bit, obviously.
Yeah, I heard AJ. I agree with AJ as far as I don't think they get past New England. But if he does get past New England, I mean, definitely
Washington for sure.
In play.
Yeah, well, not just in play. Like there's no way that he'd make it past Washington. I would love to see a team like Pittsburgh make the dive.
Straight up.
It's spicy. I want to see that.
So do we know what the Jets gave up to get to that pick from Minnesota?
I don't.
Where's Don when we need him?
I haven't seen it.
Don has abandoned us, actually.
He has. He's too busy writing 35 stories on Sewell. Giving DSN that content they so desperately need.
Listen.
Let's see. I'm sure it's on Twitter, right, AJ?
I haven't seen anything.
Stop looking on Twitter.
What do you mean stop looking at Twitter? That's how we get information sometimes.
Don't need it.
The Vikings trade the 14th pick and the 143rd pick. The Jets traded picks 23, 66, and 86. That's by Field Yates.
So 2 third-round picks.
Yeah, an early third and a very early third and a mid to late third.
But they got a 4th back, so that late third. Oh, no, that's a late 4th. Holy cow! It's a real late 4th. No, yeah, that's a way late 4th. That might be. I think that's a compensatory pick, actually. That 4th round pick. The pick is in. Well, I would hope it's in. They traded up to make it.
Vikings got the better deal in the trade with the Jets by getting 37.2 draft value and losing 26.7.
That's just the trade value or the draft value chart. I would assume Jimmy Johnson's.
Yep. Well, his agrees. So does AV and OTC.
That's just the required draft capital to move as far as they did.
There we go.
So NFL, the broadcast is saying they would be shocked if it's not Vera Tucker. I would be surprised if it's not offensive line. I never.
Well, Slater's gone.
Yes,
well, it's Vera Tucker or it's Ryan.
The Jets fans are happy. This is honky they're showing on the screen.
That's Roger Goodell.
And it is Vera Tucker.
It is Vera Tucker,
who we talked about. So it's great. You got your quarterback. You're going to help keep him upright.
Yeah, this quarterback they're going to protect. They wouldn't protect Darnold.
Listen, it's okay to make mistakes in life.
That's not a thing to learn.
You have to learn from your mistakes.
Oh, man, I got to protect my quarterback.
Having coached the single down of NFL football, and I know you need to protect your quarterback.
Listen, the Lions didn't figure that out the entire time they had Stafford. The whole time.
But they made the right move tonight and started,
Well, it's a new regime, and it's what I said. It's what I said when we fired Quinn. You always have hope when it's new guys in charge.
Our old buddy Logan, I wouldn't even care if the Lions passed on a QB again next year. Keep building the roster, insert a rookie QB when the roster around him is actually competitive. Maximize cheap 4-year rookie contract. Everything you've been saying.
So everything I've been saying, but it does depend on where you pick. So say if the Lions have a top 3 pick next year, when are we going to be back in that position? You kind of got to strike when you can.
A year after that.
You don't know that. Well, not if this front office is good, they won't be. If they nail the draft this year, 2 years from now, there's no way we're picking in the top 3.
Paul Robinson, I would say they probably did need to make that move to move up because there's teams ahead of them. The Raiders,
so the Pats
Dolphins.
The Pats pick is already in.
Well, and Vera Tucker has been, every board you look at, he's the best guard on the board. And he can also play tackle for you if you need him to.
Is this Mac Jones?
Yeah, I think so. He was on the phone on TV, like when the Jets were picking, and Mac Jones is all happy. So I assume it's him.
This has been. What are they? What the hell did they just? They just showed. I don't know what the hell they were just showing. That was under the Jets logo. They were showing Mac Jones.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I was like, that's why I was confused because when they said the Jets pick was in. And I said, no, who's this honky on the screen? It was Mac Jones on the phone, all happy. And I was like, there's no way.
Obviously, we all know Belichick and Saban have a connection. And they need a quarterback.
We know.
So
Bill loves those unathletic boys.
One thing I find exceptionally interesting is I think Mac Jones is a lot like Tom Brady in style in the way he plays the game. his quick read of a defense, get the ball out on time to your playmakers where it needs to be. The way that he plays, now obviously I'm not saying he's Tom Brady or he's that caliber of quarterback, but the way he plays is very Tom Brady-like. And we're moving now. Man, I don't care about food or security, Goodell. Tell me where Mac Jones is going.
That's because you're eating in the house.
No, you're eating. I'm not eating.
This is true, but off camera.
I'm starving for this.
Are the Pats sprinting to the podium for Jones right now? I believe so, Luke. There it is. 5th quarterback and 15 picks. Yeah, was Belichick going to be there in 3 years? If Belichick wants to be there in 3 years, he'll be there. I don't think Kraft ever brooms him out.
The 6-time world champion New England Patriots. Got to throw that in there. Who? Mac Jones. Man, rough life going from Nick Saban to Bill Belichick.
How do you – so this is one. So Mac Jones was thought to be – he could be picked as high as 3. You fall to 15, which is not that bad. We've seen much worse draft day slides, especially for quarterbacks.
Went from 1 to 26, 28.
Who is that, Rodgers?
Yeah, Rodgers.
Is this one where your slide can be beneficial? You're going to New England. You have not just Bill Belichick, but offensively, you have Josh McDaniels, right? And you're going to a system that maximized a quarterback a lot like you in the way you play the game and your skill level and your I think it's a great spot for him. He won't start this year. He'll learn the system.
No, definitely not.
He's not going to play a relevant snap this year unless Cam got hurt or something. And I think this is perfect. He's especially for Josh McDaniels, your quick read quarterback, get the ball out on time and accurately to your playmakers. That's what this is. What do they say? A young quarterback's best friend, tight ends, right? Mm-hmm. The Patriots just went out and paid 2 high caliber tight ends. I cannot think outside of the 49ers at 3, where would a better spot for Mac Jones to land be?
Who are those tight ends?
Hunter Henry.
And Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry.
Oh. Okay.
Very good tight ends. Hunter Henry from the Chargers, of course. Jonnu Smith from the Titans. I couldn't believe they got one right after getting the other, and they paid them both a very similar large chunk of chains.
Yeah, but remember how successful the Patriots were with that double tight end set.
That's what it's perfect. I mean, with a very similar quarterback. I mean, if there's a Mac Jones comp currently playing, it's Tom Brady to me.
Well, there's other names that he's been linked with but that aren't as favorable.
Yeah, like a Kirk Cousins.
Well, and we talked about that when we talked about Minnesota, and I said it would be perfect for him to be behind Kirk Cousins as another similar quarterback. Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback.
Answering Paul Robinson real quick. I think the Cardinals are going defense here. I think their secondary, they need to shore up. Their secondary is very old. They are all north of 30.
What secondary are you taking here, though? Like, you're not taking Newsome this early?
Caleb Farley. I think they'll go offensive line, or they'll give Kyler a weapon. It's like
Farley is
and
still
they have to
out
reach
there.
for him.
Kyler has weapons.
Hey, you get more weapons. You just dump all the
Kyler's
weapons
not
in the
very
world
good.
on
so
him
I
and Cliff.
don't know how much that's going to
Kirk Cousins, we were just hyping up.
I think there's a lot of places they could go. I don't think Darrisaw would be shocking, but I do think they go defense Do they look for an edge rusher? Do they take a Kwity Paye or a Jaelan Phillips?
Do they take the kid from Notre Dame, the linebacker?
So I have Jamin Davis ahead of
Zaven Collins. No, he's not.
Well, so Zaven Collins, another edge. Well, he's an edge. He's not necessarily an edge rusher. He's probably a 3-4 linebacker.
Oh, Notre Dame's the guy Matt was talking about. Jeremiah Owusu.
Koromoa.
Dude is fast, strong, likes to hit, knows how to hit.
Dang, that's Zaven Collins is 6'4", 260 as an outside linebacker.
He's a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's an edge.
So he's like a walk down end.
He's an edge. But he can move. He's not like he can move.
What about Darrisaw, the lineman?
That was the first player I said.
Yeah, that was the first one he said.
If they decide to go offense, I think they would go offensive line. I don't think they're taking a skill position player. Who did? Although I'm trying to think. Did they just acquire a running back or just lose a running back?
The pick is in.
They lost. They don't.
Last time we went 16 picks without a running back.
Last year, didn't we?
No, that's.
Yeah, because Edwards-Helaire was the first one at like 32.
Was he the first one?
Yeah.
And Zaven Collins, it is.
Yep.
Wow. All right. Well, they win defense.
Yeah, which is probably smart for them, right? I'm glad they didn't go the route of just dumping a bunch of receivers and running backs and saying like, "Hey, figure it out, play some schoolyard football."
Well, I think they have figured out that Kyler Murray's not good enough to do that. I told you he can move. He's
caught in the wash. He's a big body linebacker too.
He's a real good 3-4 linebacker. You could play him differently if you want to. You have options with him, but he is your prototype 3-4 outside linebacker that can walk down in the end and rush the passer if he needs to, that can hold up in a little bit of coverage, that can be a real asset in the run game and blitzing. Like, you move him around, there's a lot that you can do with him. He's good, man. He's real good.
Poor man's Micah
first
Parsons.
round. What's the biggest surprise of the draft so far?
The biggest surprise, maybe the biggest surprise is that there hasn't been many surprises.
Yeah,
so far.
I would say for us that Sewell was there at 7.
That wasn't. So to me, that's not that surprising because most people pegged Jamar Chase to the Bengals, right?
And most people pegged Sewell to go to Miami.
A ton of people had Miami taking a pass catcher. I thought it was dumb, but a ton of people had Miami taking a pass catcher.
I think your biggest quote-unquote surprise would either be Fields at 11 with Chicago, but, people thought Chicago might trade up anyway. Or even Zaven Collins at 16, which, again, isn't like – I'm not saying any of these are reaches or like, oh, they didn't need any defensive help. But yeah, there hasn't been a lot of surprises in the first round, unless you, for whatever reason, thought like Trey Lance at 3 was a surprise.
So it was less surprising.
You were just so sure it was Mac Jones or something.
It was less surprising because we had just mentioned Zaven Collins. But if you wanted to go there, Zaven Collins was considered more of an end of first round, early second round prospect. He has been moving up, trending up this whole process. But if you were to say that one was a surprise, yeah, it could be a little bit. But at the end of the day, he's one of the highest rated defenders left. They needed defensive help in a bad way. I personally, I would say the biggest surprise is there hasn't been a lot of surprises. There's been no jaw-dropping trades.
No Clelin Ferrell at 4.
No, there's been no, oh my God, I can't believe this person went here. Like, that's crazy. There hasn't even been I'm drafting Andrew Thomas and Tristan Wirfs is going to fall to freaking 14 or wherever the Tampa got him at. Nothing even like that. Like, I think this has been
based on, if you rewind the tape on our reactions, the three of us, not so much you, Paul, but the three of us, when Sewell was there and the Lions were that quick to snatch him up, that surprised the hell out of me. I was stoked.
Yeah. See, I was ecstatic, but surprised is like not surprised, no. But ecstatic.
I was surprised he was there at 7. I'm surprised Miami didn't snatch him at 6.
So I did not. I absolutely thought that if he was there, Miami would take him.
Do you think,
like if I had to make the pick, I thought Miami was taking him, but it wasn't shocking that they went pass catcher. Like that's not a surprise.
Do you think it's an anomaly or something we'll see more moving forward where you pair your young quarterback with a receiver they had in college?
I think it's good dumb luck, just the way it's worked out.
I mean, it certainly helps when your quarterback and receiver both come from a great program.
A powerhouse.
LSU
and they're
during Joe Burrow time was great. Obviously, Alabama's been great since Nick Saban got there. So it certainly helps the situation, where they have quarterbacks and wide receivers to pair together.
But I mean, look at
outside of certain programs.
Cincinnati happened to be in a spot where they could take the best receiver available, and the best receiver available happened to be the kid that went to LSU with Joe Burrow.
They didn't take Rondell Moore, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I am curious to see where he goes. He is going to be a really fun gadget.
I would be very happy if the Lions got him in the second round. Obviously, depending on who else is there.
Who?
I like him. I like Bateman. Rondell Moore and Rashod Bateman.
Purdue.
But Rondell Moore is the guy we were talking about.
See, I think couldn't you wait till the third round and get somebody like Nico? I mean, I know that's kind of.
I'd rather have Rondell, and I do think Nico probably gets snatched up late second.
Nico will not be there in the third round. He's going to go second round for sure. But
so
yes,
I know that they're just mock drafts. Every mock draft I did, he was there in the third round.
I don't.
Paul, it doesn't look like you're on DSN anymore.
I will be. I popped out for a second.
Gotcha.
I had some stuff I need to do 10-2 off camera.
So Mel Kiper's best available. Elijah Moore, Jaelan Phillips, defensive end, Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle, Jamin Davis, linebacker. I don't know why I blanked on that, and Kwity Paye, defensive end.
So are the Raiders going to go with Darrisaw here?
I mean, the Raiders are a wild card, right? Since Gruden's been hired, they've done just
Josh
seemingly
Jacobs,
random acquisitions. Ryan mentioned earlier when you had the 4th overall pick and you shocked everybody.
Cleveland Farrell over Josh Allen. Jesus Christ.
It wasn't a great pick, right? Like that's not value at 4.
Being generous.
That's not getting. We always talk about value, right? It's not just about whether the player ends up really good or really bad. It's about the value you get in the draft. That's what makes you a good GM. That's not value, and that's as a Raiders fan, you're looking for a value here more than the position you take.
That looks like a fun family to be around. We'll see the pick when it comes up in here, but that family had a very good time. Oh man, Paul Robinson's leaving us. All right, let's see you, Paul. It's probably like 4:30.
Alex Leatherwood, tackle out of Bama. I love offensive. I love going offensive line for them.
I like offensive line. I like the pedigree that Alabama turns out their offensive linemen with. And I think traditionally Bama, you're getting a big body, right? It's not one of these tackles who's like maybe a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit lighter or something. Like you're going to get somebody that can at least plug a hole and just be a disturbance to defensive linemen trying to get there. But I like that.
I am surprised to see him go ahead of Darrisaw. I
mean, I know he was rated higher. Like I was running through the draft network, like on their players, and he was rated higher. I don't know that I'm super surprised to see him go before him. I think I probably thought it wouldn't
part of
happen,
the pedigree? Is that part of?
I think it is.
And you've seen that.
He's been coached tough. Sorry to cut you off, but he's been coached tough. He's played winning football, and he's probably not somebody who's going to come in and like be lazy. And not that Darrisaw would be either, but I do think pedigree has something to do with it, where the kind of program this guy is coming from.
And I think you've seen that a lot with specifically the Raiders. They seem to gravitate toward those football factories.
Even Farrell was from Clemson.
That's what I'm saying. You've seen it with Cleveland Farrell, like that a lot of people thought they reached on him. He came from a football factory in Clemson over a guy like Josh Allen from Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
And that's where do you start to look for that? Do you say, okay, well, Alabama turns these players out every single year, and a lot of them are
definitely think that
So they say I'm more comfortable taking him rather than taking Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech. That, you know what, I think he was really good, but I wanted to go with a guy from a bigger school. Is that a mistake in draft evaluation? It can be, for sure, but from the perspective of the Raiders, I think that's something that they look at a lot.
I think not even just the Raiders. I think a lot of teams look at it. And obviously, overall is probably a mistake to say because this guy went to this school. If you're going to generalize it, I'm going to pick him over him. But
they just had up on the screen that there was a 60% chance that Leatherwood was available at pick 46.
So that's, and I don't.
46. Oh, man.
I think it was.
Where they got that
I
number.
think it was a big. Well, I don't. I'm just not as high on him. I have a lot of.
I know, but man, a lot of those, like even the teams in the back end of the first round, like a lot of them can still use offensive lineman help. Obviously the Chiefs might have drafted Leatherwood if they didn't trade for,
But there's so many offensive linemen that are arguably better. Did Matt leave? I didn't know Matt left. I'm sleeping at the wheel. Was that the vibrating?
I think 46 is a reach, though.
Yeah, that was the vibrating.
You think that's far, you mean? You don't think you would have fallen that far?
No.
See, I don't know, man. There's so many. I think this is a pretty good draft for tackles, and even a guy. So you have the kid from North Dakota State, right? That has really come out. And when he went to the Senior Bowl, he was awesome. Like he was awesome at Senior Bowl week. His name's escaping me right now, but the tackle from North Dakota State has really come on. You have Jalen Mayfield from Michigan. A lot of guys may be rated higher than him.
Well, not no more.
This is Darrisaw. Please. Nope. Oh my goodness.
Jaelan Phillips.
And this is where this is not a bad pick in a vacuum. You get arguably the best the best edge rusher on the board at 18. It's not a reach. It's right around where people expected him to go. But you need to get your offensive line help. You need to get your young quarterback help. Right. You went with you reached, in my opinion, for a pass catcher in the top 10. And now, listen, yes, I get it. You want a great defense. I'm all about defense. But you have a guy like Darrisaw right there. You didn't take Penei Sewell, and you're going to pass again on a tackle that I think can help your team a lot. I think that's a mistake. I do not like what Miami has done in this draft. I think it's been an exceptionally
even though remember how good of a draft they had last year, right? Like we were saying the complete opposite about the way that they drafted last year.
Yeah, probably. I don't even remember outside of two who they drafted last year, but they did have a couple first round
picks.
To
Washington. That's
who?
my guess.
What's up?
My boy Jock about to go to Washington.
J-O-K.
J-O-K.
I'm also curious to see.
I think Washington actually. I think Washington takes Darrisaw.
You think they take him, or you think they take?
They ain't got to protect
Farley,
nobody.
The cornerback.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Book it.
Washington is another one of those teams, like the Jets, like the Lions. They have an abundance of needs that they can address. Washington needs to take the best player available. Period. Other than a receiver.
Who their head coach is.
Martin.
Linebacker that loves having a great linebacker. He had Luke Kuechly at Carolina. Yeah. He is looking for his next one, and he's got him in Notre Dame.
Martin Reduns was the guy from North Dakota State.
Why better?
You think he's better than Davis out of Kentucky?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe he might be. I think Davis is a super good player. I think he was honed in the SEC, and I think he's a really, really good player. It also probably depends. how they want to use him. They're not the same player. Honestly, I'm probably a little playing devil's advocate. I probably like John O'Corn a little bit better.
John O'Corn.
There's only a few people that will understand that. That was for me.
Oh.
I probably like him a little bit better too. I think he's in the mold of a not as good, but similar to your Devin White, your Devin Bush style linebacker. I think he's really good job of being able to stretch the field defensively, to be able to cover a lot of space in ground in the middle of the field, to not be a liability in the passing game so that he doesn't have to come off the field on third down, to be a general of the defense. I think he's not Micah Parsons, but can he be like close? Yeah, probably.
Wow. Kevin Porter Jr., 50 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds.
What?
Kevin Porter Jr. for the Rockets. He had 50 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds.
Damn.
That's a really good game.
Yeah.
Because it's better when it comes in the fantasy playoffs.
It is. So the Giants pick.
Yeah.
So the Giants pick after Washington here. Washington, I think, is either going to go O-line or defense, probably. The Giants traded back. The Giants traded from 12, I want to say.
Yep.
To 20.
They were the Bears.
Okay. So they're picking 20th now, right after Washington. Another team that has a ton of holes to fill. I don't think offensive line is going to be an option for them here. I think you could see them go pass catcher, of course. There are a lot of good receivers on the board. You got Elijah Moore. You have Rondale Moore.
Bateman.
You have Rashod Bateman is on the board, although I think he'll come off a little bit later.
You think Rondale is going in the first round?
I think Bateman goes before Rondale.
Same.
Yeah. I think these.
I don't know where he's going to go. So I think
Bateman's been in that top 5 wide receiver category. Everything I've watched on NFL stuff over the last.
So
year.
I think teams will be scared of Rondale's size. He's my height, which is not tall. He's like 5'8", 5'9".
You are not 5'8" or 5'9".
I am 5'8". What is wrong
Or
with
not.
me? Like a tear over 5'8".
Stilettos.
No, literally with socks on, a hair over 5'8".
How many socks?
But oh my god. What are you, like 5'5"?
Who are you talking? I'm
Matt?
5'10". You didn't get.
Now I don't even.
You don't even know
Anyways,
where to go.
Rondale Moore, very short.
You better go get that man.
Maybe scaring teams off with his size, but the dude is just electric. I mean, he is just a playmaker. He instantly supercharges your return game. You can use him out of the backfield, in the slot, out wide. I don't care that he's 5'9", 120 pounds. You can put him out wide, and he will just beat press and get to the ball.
All right, Washington's pick is in.
It was neither of the gentlemen that we thought it would be.
Spoilers?
Well, I mean, it's just not them. I didn't spoil who it was.
Well, no.
What do you mean it's neither? It's the other guy mentioned. What do you mean it's
it's
neither?
who Paul said.
It's literally
when you
the
say
other
9.
guy.
So going back
I
to
said
that,
one other name.
Yeah, it could be
Going back
Elijah
to,
Moore,
uh,
Rondale Moore, Rashod Bateman.
going back to that Giants talk, Ryan Field on Twitter just said Giants were looking at Kwity Paye at 11. They traded back and can now get him at 20.
Now they can get him.
So you're getting probably their best edge rusher on the board.
It's a shame
Him and
bust.
wouldn't
Jaelan
say
Phillips
that
were your
Paye's
two
that
guys.
much of a reach here at 20.
Paye's not a reach here at all.
No.
Especially given his tools.
Right.
This is not a stats-based pick. Kwity Paye did not light the world on fire at Michigan from a sacking the quarterback 100 times a season perspective, but he has elite tools in a really nice pass rushing kit. And he is not a liability against the run. And his pressure rate has been awesome. It hasn't, again, resulted in a crazy amount of sacks, but you look at his agility numbers for a guy that's 200 and maybe 80 pounds, 6'3", coming off the edge, in the way that he moves, he's a nightmare, a potential nightmare. And he should be quick to develop. Like he's not a project player. He's someone that can come in right away, play a big role, start on the defensive line. This isn't someone that you got to wait a few years and get up to speed in the NFL. He knows how to play now. If that's the pick. I mean, we're going off one Twitter report.
One tweet. Yeah.
But it makes a lot of sense. It really does make a lot of sense here.
Washington messed up. They took the wrong linebacker.
I told you. I told you.
You see the Lions
I like him. I like him a lot. I see Jay Davis and I get PTSD.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Oh, I was so upset. That was another pick I really didn't like. Oh man, this Jay Davis linebacker is much better, I think. Not a liability in pass coverage, actually, believe it or not.
So is it safe to say that this year's draft already is better than last year's draft for the Lions?
Oh, God, it's better than the last 10 drafts for the Lions. Are you kidding?
Is water wet?
Oh, wait, when did we take Ndamukong Suh? That was the last draft.
No, the year after Stafford, 2010.
So all right. So you're right, Paul. Better than the last 10 drafts for the Lions.
I mean, we let the draft come to us. It came, and then we didn't do anything stupid.
We didn't mess it up.
It's very refreshing.
Like we messed it up
something a good GM would do.
In the past. So I'm proud of our team for not messing it up this year.
I'm thrilled. I cannot say anything bad yet about Brad Holmes.
But you're waiting.
I'm waiting in the weeds.
Waiting.
I'm sitting here. I hope that's not the case. I hope he's awesome.
Hey, he didn't take a wide receiver with the 7th pick. It's already
but Dylan swore that he would. Although Dylan will say that he didn't expect Sewell to be there, so it doesn't count.
That sounds
Which
like
is exactly something you would do.
I would have told you.
Circumstances have changed.
So the difference
Context matters.
The difference is I put my qualifiers before things happen, not afterwards.
That's not true.
That is absolutely true.
Sometimes.
So if they don't go Kwity Paye here, what do we think the Giants need the most?
A new GM.
Wow. All right.
Hey,
I don't even think Gettleman's that bad. I really don't.
Oh, that's one of us.
Kwity Paye family is apparently big Spider-Man fans.
Oh, well, then you got to take them.
They all dress like him. That was crazy. They wearing New York Giants colors, red and blue all over the place. So look like they ready.
You think just like had it on hand? They had like 5 different team colors, and then when they're told they were going to be picking,
they went to Burlington Coat Factory and just bought every color combo of NFL teams they could. They just ready. Who's next? All right, grab their colors.
Yes.
The Giants need a lot, though. I mean, let's not.
They need a ton.
They need offensive line help. They need defensive help. We know they got running back. They need wide receivers still.
I mean, they need a quarterback too, but they love Daniel Jones.
Do they love Daniel Jones, or are they stuck with Daniel Jones right now?
I think they love Daniel Jones.
Gettleman loves Daniel Jones because he's such a great GM.
Yeah. I think the powers that be love Daniel Jones. I don't think.
I mean, look, this is the same franchise that loved Eli for 15 years.
Right.
I mean, Daniel Jones is Eli Jr.
So, is it really a surprise they're sticking with an okay quarterback and not a great quarterback?
Does that mean Daniel Jones is going to beat Mac Jones 2 times in the Super Bowl?
I hope not.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man, I hope not. Who do you think – no, that's an unfair question, actually. It's not entirely unfair. I guess there's Who do you think is the quarterback of the 5 drafted tonight? Who do you think is in the worst place to succeed for themselves?
Justin Fields?
Zach Wilson.
I
think it's Fields too. I think it's Fields, like no question about it.
I mean, given what the Jets did with their second pick, trading up to get a lineman, I think that puts them in a better spot than I would say Fields. So I'd probably edge Fields up in that.
I also think Zach Wilson is infinitely superior to Fields. So just his talent alone gives him a better chance to succeed.
And you look at franchises that have, the Jets have at least had some quarterback success. The Bears have not.
Hey,
kind of.
Like not wishful thinking, but like completely hypothetical situation. The 49ers drafting Trey Lance does not take them out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes.
No, you can trade it. You can send that man off to Green Bay Packers.
Not even saying trading Trey Lance, but like
Jimmy G and Trey Lance. There, you have them both.
Trade Jimmy G, a first-round pick, second-round pick, in future drafts. Bring in Rodgers to the 49ers while Lance backs him up.
That Giants fan was not happy with the pick. Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of Florida.
So we talked about pass catchers a lot, right?
Yeah.
For the Giants.
But did we talk about this one? No.
No, it's not.
This feels like a like a Jalen Reagor kind of pick.
Yeah.
Where so I don't agree with
Paye on the board.
That I don't agree with at all. So I like Rashod Bateman a lot. But if you're gonna take a receiver, Toney's really, really good. Florida had an elite passing attack last year. They had NFL players all over the place. Kyle Pitts gets all of the love, and he deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. But Kadarius Toney was awesome. And the thing about him, I don't know how much Florida you guys watched. I watched probably 3 Florida games last year. He was borderline uncoverable at times. He didn't always get the ball, but he was almost always open.
He looks like a versatile type of.
He is, and he's shifty, and he's a good. It's always hard to project college to pros route running because it's extremely different. How open the field is, how different the secondaries are. It's hard to say in college, man, this guy was an awesome route runner. He's going to be an awesome route runner in the pros. But he was borderline a technician at Florida. And he's a shifty kid. I don't mind this pick at all if you were going receiver. Now, you guys know how I feel about receivers, especially when you're not that good of a team. But we're at pick 20. We're not in the top half of the first round. It's getting a little bit later.
And the
if you're going to pick a receiver, it's not a bad one.
The Giants need a lot of help, but they definitely need receiving help as well. So it's not a bad. This kid looks at is he 6 foot?
It says 5'11".
Yeah,
5'11", 199.
So he got to be shifty.
He's very shifty. He really is.
Shifty.
I don't know what the Giants' special team situation is, but I don't think Tate's there anymore. He should slot in as a really good returner for them. He's a really nice player. He's not tiny though. He's not big. He's not big by any means, but he's not tiny. I mean, 5'11" is not like he's not a midget.
No, and he's got some muscle.
He's taller than you at least.
He is taller than me.
Hey, I'm gonna step out for a second.
You can do that. See you in an hour. Goodbye.
All right, so the Colts are on the clock. New quarterback who's trying to reinvent himself and prove that he's not a complete bust. Try to stay healthy. Another team that needs some receiving help.
Yep. So I really think they go receiver here. I'll be really surprised at this point. You got Elijah Moore on the board. You got Rashod Bateman on the board. And that's so we talked so much about like Rondale Moore, right? And his size.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore is the same size.
Right.
He's another tiny dude, but he's really good, right? he's still here because of his size.
Yeah.
Call it the Tavon Austin effect, right? Like teams
they lost T.Y. Hilton.
Teams are wary of players like this, but like you said, right? They needed receiver help before they lost T.Y. Hilton. Now they don't have T.Y. Hilton.
Well, and the Colts are one of the teams where they don't have a ton of holes. Their O-line is set.
Just skill position, and quarterback, arguably.
Right, but their defense is pretty good. Their O-line is great.
Who's their quarterback?
Their O-line is good.
Carson Wentz.
Oh shit! You're right. Oh, sorry.
And we'll see. So I'm a believer that Carson Wentz maybe could turn things around. He was a very, very good quarterback until he got hurt. And then he kind of doesn't seem to remember.
How's their pass rush? Could they go Kwity Paye? Because I know their O-line's solid.
So if they think he's the best player available,
linebacker,
yes. But I don't, with their deficiencies at receiver, with them being a team that thinks they're closer to contending than not, and really if Carson Wentz is Carson Wentz of old, they absolutely could be a contender. This is a team that I think would look for a pass catcher to put them over the top. Could they go defense? Yes, but their defense is quite good. Like Indianapolis has a very good defense. And that doesn't mean that you can't pick defense. Right. And sometimes it's the best time to do it is to make your strength even stronger. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
ESPN has their best fit being Trayvon Moehrig, the safety out of TCU.
And that's
secondary
if
help.
They go defense. That is where I was looking actually was safety right there. I think he's a very good player, very, very good player. He is a free safety that hits like a linebacker, right? Like he is not going to be, whether he has to man someone up out of the backfield, if he's got to come down and run support, he can play that center field defensive position, but he's not afraid to come down and lay the wood on someone. And I really like that about his game. I still think they go receiver here, whether they want a smaller, maybe better playmaker like Elijah Moore, whether they want a bigger bodied receiver like Rashod Bateman. I would think that receiver would be the pick here, but it wouldn't be surprised if they want to make a strength stronger. Go defense. Do you have Kwity Paye rated really high and you want to go edge rusher? Do you take Trayvon and shore up your defensive backfield? There's not a wrong answer among those answers.
Well, I also wonder how much you want to placate to your new quarterback and let him know that, look, we believe in you. We believe we're a team that we can start winning right now. You know, they were already kind of in the midst of the AFC race, and they haven't fallen off. You know, if they feel that their new quarterback can take them where Phillip Rivers, took them last year. And you need weapons. You need guys to catch the ball. And so I wonder how much is going to play into a factor of we need to get our guys some weapons. And there's some good wide receivers still on the board right now where you can fill defensive holes a little bit later, and wide receivers might be falling off in the second and third rounds.
I mean, I think they proved what they believed about him by trading for him, but it's the next logical progression is they are the textbook team that is in position to take those pass catchers. Okay, they're not the Bengals. They right. want to win a Super Bowl while they're on this rookie contract. I mean, we'll see. Pick's in.
Yep, pick is in.
AJ, what do you think? Is AJ still dead?
No, I'm here.
All right, I saw you were back.
Me
so
back in.
I threw you back in, but I didn't know if you were kind of. It was questionable.
As far as like, I agree with you. I think the pass catcher would be where I would go.
Well, Goodell's announcing it right now.
Yeah.
Good job, Ryan.
And it is indeed Kwity Paye. So this is making that strength stronger.
Yeah, but now they got to get rid of all their Giants clothes.
Yeah,
look. They didn't change quick enough.
Oh, God.
I love this because the Colts.
Yeah, what a great
the
spot.
The Colts under Ballard, they build the team the way I would build a team. They just ignore the skill positions for the most part. Except taking the one that I loved more than anybody last year, who I would have preferred the Lions to have taken.
Suit. I love it.
And if you right now, anybody watching, if you're not like crazy familiar with Kwity Paye's story, ESPN's done a ton of features on him. You can see video after video on him. This kid's story, talk about someone, what him and his family came from destitute, war-torn countries on the other side of the world, and what they went through just to get here and get to this point. You're not going to find many people that deserve to be on this stage more, and that are more grounded and know the work that it's going to take to maintain their new life. This is a high ceiling pick. This is a high character pick. This is going to make your very good defense even better. You have the luxury, especially because of your defense, to move him around, to bring him along as you feel you need him and he's ready, rather than just shoehorning him in and asking him to do too much. I think this is a fantastic fit. Is not where I thought they were going to go, but I'm happier that they went here over taking the luxury pick.
I think Matt's frozen again.
Yeah, Matt died. I'm going to kick Matt in and out. I thought he just kind of had a stroke.
Matt, you there? No, his video's still frozen.
He's dead. Ryan's back at least.
Yeah, buddy.
What do you think, Ryan? So we were just talking about the pick. Kwity Paye, awesome story. If you don't know his story and what his family came from, grounded individual.
I'm sure the NFL Network told you.
That's true.
I mean, if you're the Colts, I think Matt alluded to it. You didn't have too many holes coming in, and one thing every team can use is more pass rushers.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's something, and you already have a pretty good defense, you have a pretty good offense. I am a fan of going pass rusher over a receiver there, and I know they need receivers, but I mean, you can maybe try and trade for a receiver. There are probably receivers where if they just get enough separation, that offensive line should be good enough to give Carson Wentz enough time to, throw the ball. And they traded obviously a third-round pick and a conditional second for Carson. So if you believe he is that guy, he should be able to make those throws. So if I was them, I would have invested, this type of capital on a pass rusher or just something to improve my defense, which is already pretty good. Then getting a pass catcher, because I do think you're going to see some available, like in round 2 and in round 3, of just these different guys that you can go and get that can either create separation, they can be a little more physical, whatever mold of a receiver you're looking for. You can kind of find it in, I don't want to say any round, but you can kind of find it in any round. So in my opinion, it was a good pick for them to take Kwity Paye over Rashod Bateman, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, whoever else.
All right. Speaking of Elijah Moore, on to the Tennessee Titans, who have lost a ton of their receiving core in the offseason, but they also have some big issues on the offensive line. So what's more important here? And why am I frozen again on the screen?
Oh my goodness, Matt.
So ESPN also has Mo Rig as the best fit for Tennessee.
Listen, ESPN likes him a lot, okay?
They do, and their best available is still Jeremiah Owusu-O'Korn.
Alligators chewing on my damn cable line, apparently.
You all right there, Matt?
I'm here. I can see all of
y'all.
Most
random phrases.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
It's okay, man. My computer decided to need to update for the second day in a row when we were in the middle of the streaming.
More technical difficulties for Matt, but that's all right. Has anyone been reading the comments lately? This was your job.
Anymore after like 10:31. Once Paul Robinson left, there hasn't been much.
No, the party went with him.
How did Fulmer pitch tonight?
He gave up. Hold on. He came in, he went 2 innings, gave up 2 runs, had 3 strikeouts.
For anybody that's in the chat,
but he came in cold, so like, give him a break.
For anybody in the chat, if the Lions were going to trade back up in the first round, who would you want them to take? Because now we're getting to that point where teams try and come in at the back end and steal their guy so that he doesn't go second round, pick 4.
Yeah, I'm on the Matt train. I'm on the Matt train. John O'Corn, I think, would be a great pick here.
Give me that engine that can run our defense.
You guys know I really like Micah Parsons. If we can get poor man's Micah Parsons after getting an incredible player at 7, I certainly wouldn't complain.
Hands down, the best first round of the draft. If we get that one.
I mean, we already have
the Jaguars have their second first round pick coming up. They're 25.
I'm trying to.
Who's Tennessee taking here?
I wonder if they get Lawrence another weapon.
That's what I'm saying. Like they lost a ton of their wide receivers.
Right.
But you still have AJ Brown. Did they still have Corey Davis too?
Is Darrisaw still
Corey
available?
Davis of the Jets.
Is Darrisaw still available?
Yeah.
So if I'm Jacksonville, if I could get him, I think that would be great.
Then there's the lineman from Alabama as well.
Who? Barmore.
Barmore. You're talking defensive line.
No. Leatherwood.
No, he got taken. He was taken.
He went way early. Remember? The Raiders reached for him just because he goes to Alabama.
Or no, he didn't go 16th. Collins won 16th. I think he might have won 17th.
He went to the Raiders though.
Yeah,
I don't remember what
17th to the Raiders. I got it right here, guys.
Make sure we talking right.
So I just looked it up for curiosity because I was curious earlier. On Kuiper's big board, Leatherwood was ranked 62.
That was Daniel Jeremiah too. Somebody
is Jenkins
said that.
Still available from OK State?
Yeah.
Kevin Jenkins.
Yeah.
The North Dakota State tackle is still available, whose name I can never remember.
It's Raduns. Whatever Martin Anderson said in the chat, that's who that is.
Yeah, Dylan Raduns. Right. Yeah, I don't.
Caleb Farley, cornerback, Vatek.
Was it this year that the Titans lost Logan Ryan? Like this offseason?
Is he wearing guns?
I think it was before that. Is he wearing what?
It looks like he's got holsters.
It does.
What are you talking about? I'm not okay. I'm forgot. You guys are watching suspenders. ESPN. You guys are watching ESPN.
It does look like that, though, man.
It was before his teammate Darrisaw.
Oh man, he had to win a microdiscectomy,
which is a big surprise.
I know. So I think Darrisaw was somebody we were talking about. The Vikings taking at 14 or 15, wherever they picked. He was and now he's back available at 23.
I mean, it's not crazy, but it is one of the more notable slides of the draft.
All right, so what if the Lions slide up and grab him? You just go O-line.
You just have an abundance of tackles.
So we just paid Decker. So I don't know. Because we're not really going to be able to get rid of Decker.
You can still make him better.
Push him for competition.
I mean, there is a lot of good offensive lines still on the board.
And I mean, honestly, these guys, Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, I don't know who can project to guard. Because I know for one of our guards we have Jonah Jackson. I don't know who our other guard is. Is it Sternberg or is it somebody else that I'm blanking?
So I do think Caleb Farley is a very nice pick here. It is surprising to see some of the slide of offensive linemen, but Farley is a very good cornerback. He did not play last year, which probably hurt him a little bit, but the last year he did play, he was awesome. And he has great size. He's a big corner. He's like 6'3", somewhere around there. He's really large for a cornerback. He is very physical at the line, whether he's going to play. He played a lot of press man at Virginia Tech. I don't know how the Titans are going to use him.
Yeah,
I really like him as a pick.
6'1" and 7/8 is what it says.
6'1"?
Yeah, so basically 6'2",
6'1" and 7/8.
Yeah, so 6'2", 197.
He's a big corner. That is great size for a cornerback, and he moves. Do we have his 40 time?
Did Jaelan Phillips go already for Miami?
It says,
yes, he was the first edge.
Why would he use
to Miami?
He went to Miami. Messes up their pants over everybody's 40 time, and they don't give it.
Well, he might not have ran.
Whatever. All right. What about Basham from Wake Forest?
His not gone.
All right. Vikings. Take him. Do not take Jock. I know you need edge rushers.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't take
Speaking
Jock.
into existence, like Paul tried to take Penei Sewell off the Lions.
Oh, my. What is your goal here? Jock is not going to fall to us.
We might sneak up and grab him at the end of the first round. You don't know.
If we trade back in.
He said, yeah, hey, you heard what our head coach said? We ain't done.
We ain't done yet.
I don't think he meant today. Oh, my goodness.
He might.
Caleb Farley supposedly ran a 4.28.
ESPN doesn't tell us it. It's kind of facts you won't get from mainstream media.
Oh, my God. A 4.28.
Do you think the Lions could trade back in for one of the Ravens' 2 picks?
For what?
For one of the Ravens' 2 picks?
I mean, we could trade in anywhere, but
I suppose you could. Team. I do think the Ravens traded.
If Darrisaw, so if Darrisaw's still there in a handful,
they pick at 27 and they pick at 31.
If Darrisaw's there at 27, I'll be shocked if they don't take him. Or at least they got to go offensive tackle.
Well, they have I don't know who it is, but the guy they're obviously comfortable brooming Orlando Brown out for. Like they had somebody in the wing to play tackle. But I don't know. I think the Ravens probably go like Rashod Bateman or something. Except their GM, and what else are you going to say? But their GM just came out and said, we love our receivers.
I think
everyone was like, oh, you probably shouldn't. But
Hollywood, they got Hollywood Brown and Mark Andrews are sweet.
Hollywood Brown's not that sweet. He's a good deep threat, but he drops the crap ton of passes.
It happens.
Yeah, if you're bad. What do you mean? He just drops it. It's okay. He doesn't catch the ball. Bill Belichick all alone in his draft room with his dog.
Wait, again? Or are they just showing last year's?
I think it's this year. Maybe not, but
last year was it was like just his dog chilling in his
yeah. When they panned to it,
yeah.
it said Bill Belichick underneath.
Yep, the dog again. Yep,
good times. And he's giving the dog a treat. He's being a good boy or a good girl. I don't know.
Cliff Kingsbury in the friggin' Airbnb that he rented out for the draft.
Him and his beautiful view.
You guys see this Mac Jones tweet?
No, what's it say?
Is it
like an old tweet? Right? It's an old
racist tweet. No, not a bad
saying
tweet.
I hate the Patriots.
No, he tweeted out tonight after he got picked. He took that famous Tom Brady picture, Tom Brady in his shorts.
Oh yeah.
Looking like a bum. And then he had side by side with a pic of him when he was young, looking kind of.
We were looking like we were correct. Bang. Bang, bang.
And that's no surprise, right?
No, I mean, if you're a Vikings fan, you're probably ecstatic because this might have been, the guy you wanted at 15, or at least, one of the couple guys, right? And you're able to trade back to 23 and get him.
I mean, this is a guy that we were predicting, 13, 14?
Yeah, I mean, that's when we started mentioning his name.
Well, to the Raiders, right? Was when we first mentioned him, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I was seeing him I saw him earlier than that with other projections.
Well, we also said maybe the Chargers, even though Slater was still on the board, or the Jets with Tucker.
Yeah, I mean, as early as 13 to the Chargers.
Do the Steelers take the first running back off the board here?
Najee Harris?
Either Harris
I think
or
so.
Etienne.
I think it's highly probable they take Najee Harris. I think it's a great fit for them.
Yeah. I mean, this is a franchise known for loving big running backs.
Right.
And Najee Harris would love playing in Pittsburgh. The team that is known for having Hall of Fame running backs, great running backs, and add Najee Harris to that lineage. Be a great pickup for Pittsburgh.
Do they still have Connor? Like, is James Conner
No.
going?
Connors went Arizona?
No, he's still on the Steelers, isn't he?
No, James Conner's gone.
So if they draft a running back here, he's their starter day one.
Oh, yeah.
James Conner's on the Cardinals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus, I missed that completely.
I would think that this could
Absolutely,
be
AJ.
Harris.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you're going wrong either way. Najee Harris or Etienne. Etienne, whatever, however the hell you're actually supposed to pronounce his name.
Yeah,
I think I prefer Harris over Etienne.
Oh, no.
Etienne is how
Etienne.
Etienne, like CH, is how
Etienne.
they say you say it.
But I don't think you're going to go wrong either way. I think either one of these running backs would do really well in Pittsburgh.
Well, they're very different running backs.
But they're both very skillful.
Could they also trade down and still get their running backs? Not that you would trade. I mean, you're not trading
Well,
too far down, but
about Najee?
Depending on which one they want.
Right. If you want Najee, I think you got to grab him now. I think Etienne has to be there.
I think Jacksonville could be in the market for a running back next pick.
You're right.
With the way James Robinson James Robinson played last year, not this. When you have the needs you have, you're not picking a running back in the first 3 rounds when you have James Robinson. No way.
Yeah,
I'm shutting that down. No, you're drunk.
Then you're wrong. I don't like to tell you.
You've had too much Ryan juice tonight.
Well, you've had too much
What is the best way to help your quarterback have a great running game?
They have a good running back.
Dak looked Hall of Famer when the Cowboys running game was working at its best.
No. Dak was never good.
Oh, man, you can tell they in Cleveland, they booing the hell out of the Pittsburgh pick.
I would tell you what, though, if this is Harris, that's somebody that I'm targeting in fantasy football.
Absolutely, baby. Let's go. I love it.
That's definitely a target in
back off the board, great running back.
I love this pick just because this is one of those late first round picks that you had pegged before the draft, right? Like this is one that you talked about. What you figured he's going to be there. He was probably mocked to them a ton. Like I don't look at Steelers mocks, but I bet he was mocked to them a ton. This is one that you look at. It's the perfect fit. He's probably going to be there. It's beautiful. Will you stop?
He did. It's not my fault. That's Kwity Paye bouncing off him.
Oh my goodness. It's a perfect pick.
Really funny.
I mean,
this is a bunch of running back clips of him just beating all these other guys that have been drafted before him, bunch of linebackers and edge rushers, and he's just stiff-arming them,
jumping over them.
Listen, edge rushers they get paid more. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. They go earlier and they get paid more.
They get paid more than running backs?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, they do. A lot more.
For the best of the best?
Yeah.
So,
like Donald's contract is probably bigger than like Derrick Henry's.
Does Jacksonville take a wide receiver or a lineman?
To me, it's gotta
running
be.
Back, baby.
It doesn't matter. They need it.
But that's true. No, I actually don't think they really. I think they're okay with pass catchers.
So only thing they don't need is a quarterback.
Honestly,
skill position in general, I think Jacksonville is solid. They need to shore up the defense and the offensive line. Secondary, so safety, right? We talked about Tavon a lot already. I think that would be a good pick for them. I think it's offensive line.
Greg Newsome in the secondary. You have Barmore on the defensive line. You have your boy Jock, linebacker.
I mean, there's no. As long as they go line or defense, the pick is fine. Like I don't care who it is, unless they like crazy reach for someone.
Right
on ESPN, it's Jock.
It's Jock?
Yeah.
I mean, that's defense.
It's a very good player.
Yeah.
Give you kind of a field general on the defensive side of the ball.
I mean, so I was thinking, he's
been the best available for a minute.
They need a lot of help, and as long as it wasn't a skill position like a wide receiver or running back, maybe you just go with best available for Jacksonville.
I'm curious. So we talked about probably not something you want to do, but we talked about the Lions maybe trading up to the end of the first to get someone if they like that they fall. And we've talked about Jock a lot, and he is falling into that range, right? We have a very early second round pick. So if we were to trade up from the second round, what is it going to cost you at this point? Right now, it's probably going to cost you a third. It's probably going to cost you your second and third. Is he worth a second and a third?
Do we have 2/3 for compensation or no?
Or we have
with Kenny G.
We have a decent. Well, Kenny G wouldn't give us a comp pick this year. I don't think. I think Kenny G would give us a comp pick next year.
Gotcha.
And
the Rams gave us their third this year, didn't they?
See, the Rams picks. I know the first are for the next couple years. I don't know.
Third this year too.
We have some extra day 2 picks, I'm pretty sure. If that's what it costs you to move up, maybe you start thinking, okay, yeah, I'm willing to do that to go up from 2.7 to 125, 126, 127, somewhere in that area to get a defender that you really like that you know is not going to be there by the time you pick in the second.
Yeah, I mean it's something I think I would do because I think he's like he could be like a top 15 talent in the draft. And
so
if
the way
you can give up, your second and your third or whatever it is, I think it's worth it to go get him.
The way you have to look at this though, and I know it's the way that our front office is looking at it, is we have so many holes. They're going to let this come to them. The only way I could see them doing it is if they see if he's like a tier above everyone else on their board and they see him as a surefire long-term starter and they're have actual questions about other guys that they think will be there and when he'll be gone, then that's when you make that move. But if they're comfortable with so many of these guys on day 2, they might not feel the need to give up that draft capital. They might want more lottery tickets. And that's the balancing act.
Yeah, it comes down to your evaluation of them, right? Like we talk about, they have so many holes they need to fill. If they think that this guy is a surefire hole filler, then you go get him. But if you think you'd rather have 2 and 3 who maybe aren't as good, but they could potentially fill, 2, 3 hole, whatever it is, then you stay. I would like for them to go up and get him because I do think he's talented.
But maybe they're looking at a guy, maybe so like they want defensive help, right? Maybe they look at Jaycee Horn out of Penn State, linebacker that's like crazy fast. It's a kind of that prototypical 3-4 outside linebacker type, right? But he's like super fast. I think he ran like in the 4.4s maybe at 260 pounds. Do they look at a guy like that to come in?
I mean, if you're going to stay at the second round 7th pick, then
and so then the evaluation is what is the drop off?
Right.
Do you think it's worth that extra 3rd round pick to pay the difference to get Jeremiah, or do you stay put and try to get someone like that? But there's no guarantee he's there either. Maybe he comes off the board early. It really is a big balancing act. But we have so many holes. We talked about Rousseau earlier, right? Maybe they really like him as an edge out of Miami. It just depends on their board if they in how they have these guys in tiers. I would be comfortable moving up for a guy that's not going to be there if we really think he's a difference maker. But we have so many holes. You have to be careful. You got to be efficient with your draft capital, and trading up is generally not efficient. It can be, but it's generally not. No one is complaining about the first round picks that Kansas City gave up to move up and get Mahomes, right?
Yeah, you think that.
But that's not always the case.
You're complaining in Chicago.
Jacksonville took their time with this pick, man. They're dragging this thing out. We're going to be here until 1 o'clock.
I don't think they took their time with it. Like, their pick got in, but it was on commercial. So
we don't need commercials.
It was just kind of chilling. No, that happened with somebody else. And, like, we were waiting for their pick for, like, a hot minute. Because I was just sitting there like, what the hell is going on? More comments? We do not. Oh, Matt left.
He did. I don't know. He died. And as soon as he gets back, I'm going to take leave for a minute.
The pick is in. Goodell on his little comfy chair.
Trying to get my
the trend.
Yeah. Guess what, Paul? Guess what?
What's up?
What you said they wouldn't do. What you said they wouldn't do.
What did I say they wouldn't do? Pick a receiver?
They wouldn't draft a running back.
No
Guess
way.
What? God dang, that just happened.
No way.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
So my address is in Ferndale if you want to send me my flowers now.
What a terrible
pick. They can be here tomorrow.
What a terrible pick.
Wow.
That's crazy. Who would have ever thought they would have drafted a running back?
Not only a running back, but their quarterback's running back.
Right. The trend continues.
Yeah, well, what I said earlier. That's crazy.
I want to know the last time the quarterback and running back from the same squad went to the same team in the same draft. In the same round.
I do like lilies, daisies, roses, lilacs. So whenever you want to send me my flowers, I'm waiting.
This is a poor pick.
I agree with that.
Probably the worst pick this draft so far.
Are you kidding me? Marketing ability? You've got national champion backfield here.
That pick is sponsored by Ryan Juice. Not the wrong juice that you were drinking, but the Ryan Juice.
That is a Ryan Juice pick. That is a Ryan Juice pick. It's a bad pick.
It wasn't a wrong juice pick.
It's a terrible pick.
I'm not huge on Etienne or however you say it. He runs so high.
Well, there's been some great running backs.
Well, I mean, so did Ricky Williams.
Yeah.
Ricky Williams also wasn't 5'10".
No, that was a joke because he smokes a lot of weed.
Ricky Williams got an entire draft traded for him.
I entirely missed that.
Eric Dickerson made a Hall of Fame
Ricky Williams, CFL legend.
Yeah, but
NFL
is Etienne Dickerson
running for 250 yards?
I mean, AP kind of ran high for a long time too. You stick that big ass knee into someone's chest when you running.
They got him. They saying his player comp on ESPN's Alvin Kamara.
Isn't he bigger than Kamara?
Pretty good.
Kamara's not small.
No, I know, but I thought Etienne was bigger.
So
Kamara's not small.
Appropriate time to bring up. I had Kamara and Derrick Henry and didn't win my fantasy championship.
Here's the thing: is the NFL going to pronounce his name correctly on broadcast? Are they going to keep with college and keep calling him Etienne?
Travis E. Let's call him Travis.
I'm honestly upset about this pick. This is a very bad pick.
Because you got a whole vibe of wrongness.
It's not even about being
I'm
wrong.
actually happy with it because it's Urban Meyer, and I do not want him to be successful.
That's true. But my love for Trevor Lawrence outweighs my hate for Urban.
Look,
I'm sure this was a Trevor Lawrence pick. As soon as he got picked, he was like, Travis.
The Lions.
What?
That's right. It helps Jock go to the Lions.
Keep falling. And
yeah, but is he going to fall to 39?
He's going to fall to 27 after we trade with Baltimore.
There you go.
Maybe. I mean, that's 2 picks from now, so.
Well, the Browns pick is in. It seems like they got him pretty fast.
Yeah, that is quick.
But maybe it's just the contrast of the Jaguars being on commercial.
How weird is this seeing the Browns picking this late in the draft?
Right? The Browns, Super Bowl contender Browns.
Well, no. They had a handful of picks a couple of years ago in mid and late first round. That's what happens when you trade picks.
You see this pumpkin head on Goodell's chair?
What is with the tagging style the pick is in? I don't understand this.
The what?
The tagging style the pick is in.
I don't see what you're seeing because I'm not on ESPN's bum-ass show.
That doesn't really look like a tag to me.
The whole spray you don't see.
No, on the back. I thought you meant like on the ticker. No, on the back. I don't know. I was wondering that earlier. I see what you're saying though, but I thought you meant where it says like 26 Cleveland Browns.
All right, so Cleveland needs what? Defensive help, edge rushing.
I mean, you have Garrett and Clown. I guess you could still. Everyone can use that.
Pass catcher so they can broom the shit out of Odell.
They don't need a running back, don't they? Still have Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb.
Yeah, they're. I would bet anything they don't take a running back.
Quarterback, Kyle Trask.
Oh man.
They have Denzel Ward. Who's their other corner? Is he any good? Do they need a line help? Well, they're a pretty good running team, so probably not. But could they use a Mo rig?
Everyone can use O-line help. Everyone can use defense help.
Oh, they could probably use linebacker help. Actually, Matt, don't take our boy.
No.
Take our boy.
I mean, that pick came in pretty quick, so if he's fallen this far,
don't do it.
I would think if O'Corn comes off the board here, there would be no reason to trade back up.
O'Corn.
I'm not gonna say his name.
I know it's still funny to me. Ooh, see, like obviously I like the Ravens and I want the Lions to get JOK. But if the Ravens get him, I can't be all that upset.
Jeremiah, don't do it to me.
Like it's his decision.
Just hang in there, buddy.
What if he forces a trade to the Lions, Matt?
Just keep falling and losing out on all that
Detroit.
money. Oh,
send out a tweet or a video of you in the gas
I love
mask.
it. We got a pissed off linebacker that wants to prove everyone wrong. Just goes hard all the time. So mad he fell in the second round.
Man, we're getting closer. So
Ryan was on the right track.
The only spoiler is it's not him. That's right, AJ. 2 picks in a row, baby.
Yep, there you go, Ryan.
And this is a good pick.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Just mentioned it. Who's the other cornerback? Well, now we know who the other cornerback is.
Yeah, buddy.
Greg Newsome.
On
good
a roll.
Cornerback.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
All right, I'm going to step away for a minute. Love you guys.
Used to playing in crap weather.
Could be wrong.
So it ain't going to be.
And you still got Asante Samuel Jr. on the board. Yeah. Legacy.
Jesus, is he? That's crazy. Because it's not that long ago that Asante Samuel was playing in the NFL. It's not that long.
Not that long ago that he was good in the NFL. Not only was he playing, he was sweet.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we don't need to show these highlights against Michigan State. Hold on. Get that off my screen.
It's time to cut Derek Holland.
Time to what?
It's time to cut Derek Holland.
Why?
He gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Then Alex Lang gave up 2 more, so it's 10-0 White Sox.
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to be very conflicted if Baltimore takes our boy. Hopefully they take Elijah Moore or something.
Baltimore likes their, memorable linebackers as well. Why am I frozen again? Jesus.
And we can't do anything about it, so you're just going to be stuck for a minute.
Well, I can't even leave and come back because Paul's not here to let me back in. So
that's what I'm saying.
Around with a frozen screen.
You just hope your internet decides to cooperate.
God.
What does Baltimore do here?
I don't know. I think they could go pass catcher because at least all of their fans and everybody in the NFL media keeps telling them like you need better receivers for Lamar because their receivers are pretty trash.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't matter if you draft receivers if Lamar can't get them the ball.
There's a few edge rushers out there as well.
You can get them the ball, you punk ass. But their GM came out and said, which is what you're going to say, right? But he came out and said, I love our receivers. He's like, I find it insulting that people don't think our receivers are any good. Like, well, they're not. But Bateman, they could obviously use some O-line help. They could use some defensive help because I didn't think their defense was that good last year. Sure. Their defense probably graded out better than what I thought it was. And I don't necessarily want to say like it's smoke and mirrors, but there were times where their defense like couldn't get them off the field. And it just, it looked too easy for the other team. And obviously I watched a lot of Ravens games because I enjoyed watching Lamar play. So I think I do think they pick JOK, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if they went like Elijah Moore either.
Who's the best tackle left?
According to ESPN, it's Tevin Jenkins.
I'm hoping they go edge rusher and leave JOK alone.
Right. I think they could also go corner because you had Marcus Peters, who I didn't think was very good last year, and then Marlon Humphrey, who again I didn't think was all that great last year.
Asante Samuel.
It could be. I'd be happy with that because then that means the Lions are one step closer to my man.
So let's look here. If let's say they don't take JOK, the Lions aren't making a deal with New Orleans. Maybe.
I think you could. I think New Orleans thing, at least
ship off Jared Goff,
was they wanted to, New Orleans wanted to trade up and get a quarterback, and obviously they weren't able to do that.
Right.
So the best
we can trade him Jared Goff.
Right. The best move for them might be to move back and gain more picks and
build
it around, Taysom Hill or Jameis Winston or whatever.
Take a flyer on someone like Kellen Mond or something.
Or trade for, you can get one of those quarterbacks in the later rounds, or you can trade for Jimmy G maybe. Like there's a couple different things that I think the Saints could do. And I do think it would behoove them more to trade back than it would maybe some of these other teams.
And I think that Saints spot is a perfect spot for the Lions to trade back in if they were ever going to do it because it's one pick right before the Packers.
Yeah. And again, you get a guy that you don't want to play 2 times a year, just like the Eagles did.
Right. The Ravens pick is in, but I think that it stands if JOK is off the board. I think talking about trading back up is kind of off the table.
Yeah.
Because who do you take? You don't take another lineman.
There's no one worth jumping up for that is not going to fall to you in 5 more picks anyway.
Yeah, Asante Samuel.
It depends. Like I like Barmore, but if you don't think he's going to be there at 2nd round pick 7, but you think he's like really good or something.
Do you trade up to get Mooring?
Who?
Elijah Moore?
No, Trayvon Mooring. Moorig, sorry.
The safety help. I don't know that I would trade up for him though.
I'd imagine he's there in another 3, 4, 5, 6, 13 picks, maybe not.
That's quite the outfit for that Ravens fan.
Yeah, Elijah Moore's family is over the waiting.
They probably had some promises that were broken.
Who's that? Rashod Bateman.
No, Elijah Moore. Oh, that's their pick.
Guy's wearing a Ravens championship ring hat.
Hey, buddy.
All right, Paul, I'm frozen. So I'm gonna restart. Let me back in. Wait.
No.
mean, no. Say efficient in wow catches.
Right.
It's great analysis.
No. Efficient in and out of breaks, and then also he does wow catches. They're two separate things.
No, he's efficient.
Well, there goes Bateman.
Yeah.
I played it on the cast, AJ.
Oh, we were just talking about this.
Oh, JOK Dream still alive.
I missed it. What were we talking about? I wasn't here.
Listen, this is the scenario
bouncing up and down.
right
So
here
excited.
with the Saints on the clock. This is the perfect spot for the Lions to trade up into the first round if they wanted to, one ahead of the Packers.
And grab JOK off that board.
Absolutely. It'd be beautiful. But
you could also it's not above the Packers. But if he's still there, you could trade with Baltimore because I think at least the thought around them was they were going to grab another running back, whether it was Etienne or Najee Harris. And obviously both those guys are gonzo.
So, Ryan, you said Baltimore's receivers are booty cheeks, basically.
Correct.
I don't think it matters when you don't have a quarterback that can throw the ball to them. I think Hollywood Brown is good. I think Mark Andrews is awesome.
So, another thing you're wrong about tonight. I don't know what to tell you.
What do you think, AJ?
I mean, as far as the pick, I like Rashod Bateman. I think he's a good wide receiver. I agree. I mean, you know my thoughts on Lamar Jackson. I think that he's a dynamic player, but he's not a good passer of the football. So it doesn't matter how many good weapons you put around him. If he can't get the ball to him or he looks to run first, it's kind of a moot point.
I think just in a box with all the hats to all the people chilling at home.
They must have.
Maybe, honestly. Or they just go to Lids. Like, imagine the NFL was so cheap, all the families just had to go to Lids and buy 32 hats. So the biggest thing I do think about Bateman, or really any receiver that the Ravens were going to draft, is can they catch the ball, right? Like with some of these other teams, we talk about like separation. Can you get open? They don't have receivers that can do that. I think 2 years in a row now, Baltimore, they definitely did it last year, but I think 2 years in a row they led the league in drop passes. So like as long as Bateman can catch the ball, he's already an upgrade over some of these other guys. It's like I said, I still don't know that I would have gone receiver there if I was the Ravens. I think their defense is a bigger problem than their pass catchers. Even though I don't think their pass catchers are great. So I think I would have gone with our boy, but I'm glad they didn't.
I mean, the Ravens are, to me, they're screwed. They're in no man's land. They have a quarterback they can't win with, at least not at the level that they want to, but he is perceived to be too good to replace him.
We know that all too well.
So they're just in no man's land. They're screwed. I'm ignoring that. I mean,
it's true. What we do.
Okay, so the Saints pick is in, so they obviously didn't trade up.
Or trade back.
Or trade up, I guess. The Lions didn't trade up. I should have been more clear about that.
We're starting to move along. They're acting like they want to finish around midnight.
Here's the good news, in my mind at least, is that the Saints are pretty stacked at linebacker. Their secondary needs help. So I'm hoping they go with
Trayvon.
Cornerback.
Let's go.
So Trayvon would be corner. I think they're reaching if they go corner here. There's not a corner left on the board that I think is a value here.
Unless they want to go Elijah Moore and get a little help there from Michael Thomas, because they really don't have a second receiver.
I mean, they did have yeah, you're right.
They haven't had. I mean, they brought. Well,
they got Taysom Hill at tight end
as second receivers, but they haven't had a mainstay.
Well, he's now their quarterback because they lost because Breeze retired.
No, I think Jameis is their starter.
I mean,
what if they pick Kyle Trask?
They are paying Taysom Hill $30 million.
Well, yeah, but he's doing a lot of different things for them.
A year.
I don't think their plan is to have him start. Is that? I've read other things.
That's why
I don't know what their plan is. Their plan doesn't make sense. Why are they paying Taysom that money to not be a quarterback? It's insane. He's not that good at not being a quarterback.
Because Sean Payton loves him that much.
It's the weirdest. Like $30 million a year. That's the contract he signed, isn't it? Something like that. It's something crazy.
No, is it that high?
I think so. It's
really
unbelievable.
That's why it doesn't make sense for him to not play quarterback.
Jesus. 4 years, 140 mil.
Oh, okay. So over 30.
Over 30. I'm sorry.
35.
I apologize. My bad. $32.5 million a year. I think that makes it. It's 35,
baby. Yeah, listen to me again.
So that's
wrong juice.
It is. They're all. I don't know the year to year. Let me pull up Spotrac.
Here's the thing. This is what I'm reading. The deal is
they're voidable
Isn't
every
it
year.
Spotrac?
It has voidable years attached and was done specifically to create salary cap room. So
I don't know.
Did you say they paid him $35 million a year to create salary cap room?
Well, so they're all voidable.
Was it just
years.
none of it guaranteed?
They're voidable years. He was going to be taking a $16 million hit against the cap, and now it's $8.4 million.
So do they give him how Kaepernick's deal was very friendly, for the Niners, where it looked like all this money, but they could basically cut him.
Yeah.
After any year, is it
so
like
he
that?
only has $12 million of it guaranteed.
Yeah.
Wait, no, hold on. This is a different contract.
That's crazy.
This doesn't make any sense.
I didn't even know this player existed.
No, this contract is not even.
Stafford jersey.
All right, whatever. Saints are on the clock.
No, the Saints have made their pick.
Come on, Elijah Moore. Show me Elijah Moore.
Nope,
it
it's
is not him.
It is Edge, Payton Turner, Houston.
All right, that's fine.
I didn't know that gentleman existed in the world.
Because it's not JOK.
This is not someone that if you gave me 10 guesses at who they were going to pick, I would have.
So I'm
Name this guy.
I'm looking at ESPN on their website, best available. It's a little bit different than the Kuiper stuff they show. He is not in the top 25. And obviously that's not saying they're right, but I've been looking at this and monitoring it to see potentially who could go next.
Let me pull up where he is on the so he's 46th on the big board. Which is not that bad. Which definitely would put him in the top 25 available, obviously. He's 46 on Kuiper's big board. I'll give you Kuiper's breakdown. He's had a ton of injury issues, but he's a huge defensive end, real powerful player, awesome in the run game, just a run stop monster. So think Rashawn Gary on the end.
Which
probably
can you give us a good NFL player to compare him to?
Yeah,
Gary's
he's a lot like Jarrell Worthy.
Oh my goodness. I hate you all.
Think Sean Robinson when you hear the name. Oh, Packers got that picking quick.
You guys are the worst.
If the Packers take JOK, I will hate them even more than I already do, which is hard to do.
You get that feeling, though.
Well, you think them taking JOK wouldn't make Aaron Rodgers any happier.
No, they're going to take Elijah Moore because he needs receivers.
Hopefully.
Yeah, he needs receivers. He only has arguably the best in the NFL.
That's all he has is DeVonta Adams. That's not enough.
Yeah, but he's not
Robert
playing
Tonyan
for the
was good for
Packers
2
next
games.
year.
There's no one else worth a damn on the receiving corps
that's
for the
true.
Packers.
He's not playing for the Packers next year.
He's not playing for the Packers next year. So, they can't make this pick based on Aaron Rodgers.
He had Lazard.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you have a quarterback. You need people to throw to. The Packers don't have anyone outside of DeVonta Adams.
Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Yeah, sure. Wonderful receiver there. Geronimo Allison, another wonderful receiver there. You don't have great receivers in Green Bay outside of number 17. Paul, you got someone else besides DeVonta that's worth a damn?
You don't need anyone else. He's always had an awesome offensive line, which is all you need. For the millionth time, you don't need goddamn receivers.
Okay.
At all.
Sure.
It's nonsense. What receivers the 49ers have when they went to the Super Bowl? It's just nonsense, dude.
What receivers did the Bucks have when they won the Super Bowl?
Who is their number one? It's ridiculous.
The dude that went to the Saints, Emmanuel Sanders, wasn't he?
Is he the one that dropped the long pass? Or was that
Sanders went from Denver to
maybe Sanders was in Denver at that time.
Did he go from the Saints to the Niners or the other way? I don't even remember.
No, Niners to the Saints.
Yeah, no, he was on the Saints last year.
Like, it's just insane to say he needs receiving help when he has one of the best receivers in the NFL. It's ridiculous.
You need more than one.
No, you don't. No,
Yes,
you absolutely don't.
Yes, you absolutely do.
You don't at all.
You absolutely do.
And he's always had them.
He's always had what?
You think Adam Lazard was bad?
Oh, that's not his name. So, Alan Lazard.
So good, you didn't even know his actual name.
But yes, I do think he's bad.
No, he's not bad. He's fine.
He was good because he played with Aaron
He's
Rodgers.
not good.
Give him Matthew Stafford, see what happens.
Name the last Super Bowl team that had one receiver.
The Chiefs. Like what?
No.
What do you mean no?
No, not when you have the best tight end, arguably the best tight end in football.
I'm sorry, you said receiver.
Freaking kidding me? He's a receiver.
You said receiver.
He's a receiver.
No, he's the tight end.
Catch the ball.
You didn't say pass catcher. You said receiver.
That's literally the job, catching the damn ball.
I mean, running backs catch the ball. Sometimes quarterbacks catch the ball. Like, what?
That is better than
Packers pick is in with your nonsense.
The top 10 wide receivers out there. Yeah, it doesn't count.
Again, I think it's the second pick in a row. I don't know who this gentleman is.
They did not pick a receiver. They picked a corner.
So
which to me is
here's my question: is why is JOK falling?
Don't know, don't care. He ain't falling past us.
I slightly take this back. I did say it's a reach if they take any corner. I really like Stokes just because he's insanely fast. I look at him. So he is not. He was considered a day 2 pick. He's not considered even a threat to go in the first round, but he is wild fast.
Don, Jill, good night. Thanks for watching.
He has
appreciate it.
A lot of experience against some
shout out Big Willie. 2 innings pitched, 6 Ks.
Yeah, buddy.
Every night, like clockwork, 6 Ks every night. Boom.
He goes to sleep and he counts Ks and stuff.
I look at Stokes in the mold of Darius Slay. I don't know technique-wise if he can develop the way Darius Slay did, but coming out of college, I look at them very similarly. He is not as hyped as Slay was coming in, but remember, Slay was a day 2 pick himself, and he came out of the SEC with elite speed and a lot of rawness, and he sucked his first year. Slay was not good at all. And Slay started coming on his second year, and by his third year was one of the best corners in the NFL. That's what they're hoping to get here.
Well, Dylan, look at Dylan being a tough guy.
Comes out of nowhere. Just a shit
talking about baseball, wanting us to talk about and saying, "Oh, are you all right?" Because you're getting too. Yeah, number one,
in the chat,
your team is
part of this show.
Yeah. Immensely more talented than ours is, so congratulations for beating a bad team. Second of all, enjoy your geriatric manager who's going to lose you the playoffs. And third, we beat your ace in the opening game of the series, so congratulations to that.
Yeah.
When Miggy took him 454 feet.
AJ, given Dylan's sensitivities, that may have been too far.
No, he's firing back. He's all right.
All right. He's got enough Ryan juice in him tonight.
That's bad for the game, though, Dylan.
Yeah. Hey,
if your pitcher strikes out 12 guys,
you're
off. How talented is he really?
Watching ass whooping in baseball, like you could have been here hanging out with us for the last hour, but now you had to watch a game that was been out of reach since the 3rd inning.
Yeah, since Matt Boyd left and Michael Fulmer, like the moment they put Derek Holland in the game was over. So. Like, no, I'm not worried about it. Our team is not good. It's not supposed to be good.
I'm going to be upset if a Bills team I don't like takes a player I like.
Oh, no, Bills. No, Buffalo. See, this is what happens. Dylan's going to come in, and he's going to curse us right now because his Bills are on the clock. He comes back out of nowhere.
The Bears trade up with the Bills.
This is not okay.
I don't know how JOK falls to us.
Hey, remember,
I don't know how it happens.
Just remember that Justin Fields is his quarterback for the next few years.
He's happy about that, unbelievably. It's like wild. Yeah. As if I needed more reason to root against him.
Who's the next running back that's worth a damn?
I mean, CBS has
big board.
Javonte Williams from North Carolina.
Chubb. There you go, Dylan. Get your Chuba Hubbard.
You know how happy Dylan would be if the Bears drafted Chuba Hubbard?
Oh, my God. He would be over the moon.
Right, exactly.
Over the moon.
Who is Chuba Hubbard?
Oklahoma State running back.
So
he's the guy who doesn't have any convictions.
So this I wildly disagree with. On the big board, Chuba is 9th among running backs, which is nuts. They got Trey Sermon from OSU at 5th. Like, what in the world?
He's way down the list.
What in the world? Too. These running backs they have above him just blow my mind. I'm not saying that he should go like
Hill.
Now. Sermon's not a bad running back.
He's not Chuba. I think that's I don't know. Crazy.
Who else is on that list above Chuba, AJ?
Oh my goodness.
Who else is on that list above Chuba?
So Javonte Williams is a good running back.
I'll read them off to you. So Chuba Hubbard's at 151. This is just a running back list on CBS. So Jarrett Patterson from Buffalo, Demetric Felton, Khalil Herbert, Kylan Hill, Ramondre Stevenson, Trey Sermon, Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter, Javonte Williams.
Crazy.
All those guys
are
above
those names you mentioned above Chuba.
Small school running back.
Right?
Maybe. I think one of them's from Notre Dame.
Ridiculous to me. Is ridiculous to me. It's not that he's like some world beater or should be a first-round pick, but like, oh my goodness.
This is where I'm hoping the Bills go because they need running back help because their running backs are a little bit caca.
So they just drafted Zach Moss. Singletary's a good running back. They just don't use him right at all. I would be shocked if they go running back. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Buffalo went. Is this
not
a place
linebacker from Notre Dame? That's all I can.
Is this a place where you could see like Freiermuth go?
As long as it's not
it's a little early yet, but like tight end, I think could be a nice. Spot.
Their running game was trash. Do they like need O-line help back?
Like their running
game. They could absolutely go O-line.
Could they grab like Tevin Jenkins or who's the guy you just said, Eckenberg?
I don't want to say O-line for every pick. It gets old because everyone knows I'm big on the O-line. Everyone needs O-line, and everyone knows I'm big on the O-line. So I don't just want to keep repeating O-line for every pick.
I know, but we haven't mentioned Tevin Jenkins in a minute.
That's true.
They took the boy that we mentioned earlier, though.
Just keep speaking it into existence.
That's right.
Anyone but JOK.
I do like that player, though. So, again, I'm kind of mad that a team I don't like drafted a player I like.
Gregory Rousseau.
Because I think he has a chance to be real disruptive, real fast.
This guy you're talking about?
And they put him with Ed Oliver, didn't they? So
and he's got and he has
a little front there.
He has real nice speed off the edge.
Yeah, but there were 2 or 3 edge rushers above him still available.
I don't know.
See, I don't know that because I wouldn't have blinked at Rousseau in like the top 20.
No, I like this pick. So Oweh from Penn State is not this kind of edge. He's linebacker edge, walk down. I don't think there's many I would have taken ahead of him. He's good, dude. Like he's really good. Ronnie Perkins is again a little different, but you could kind of put him in that mold, but he's more that linebacker type. I don't mind this at all here.
I mean, Aziz is still available out of Georgia. Damn good edge rusher.
This guy's long, man.
Basham's still available out of Wake Forest.
So I don't think either of them are better than Rousseau. I don't. I mean, they might be. Who knows? If any of us had the answers, we'd probably be making picks. But
we wouldn't be here on a podcast.
I like this pick. I think he is my best edge left.
I like this pick because it ain't JOK.
Yeah, but Baltimore's back up again.
Well, time for us to make that move.
I don't think we're making it.
Call up John.
I don't think we're making it either.
John, Your brother, he coaches in our state. Do us a favor. Do a trade with us.
Do us a favor.
Do us a favor. We need it. Y'all have a couple Super Bowls. We ain't even got playoff appearances. Don't touch.
We've got one.
Just trade us the pick so we can grab JOK right now.
That's right.
Don't let that man fall to Tampa Bay.
I mean, let's
go Baltimore. Repay my kindness. Repay my fandom.
I don't know, man. Like I don't understand the fall.
I don't either.
I mean, this is a
they just
4.5 caliber, perfect modern inside linebacker. Like I said earlier, he's your Devin Bush, your Devin White type, sideline to sideline, rangy, not a liability in the pass game. He's your 3-down field general. I value that a lot.
Same.
He's not Micah Parsons, but he is absolutely a first-round pick, and he is probably of the guys that have not been picked in the first round. He's got 2 picks. If he doesn't get picked in the first round, he's for sure my number 1 player left in the draft. A lot of people would put Elijah Moore up there, but he'd be my number 1.
Come on.
Did Trayvon go yet?
No.
No, he hasn't gone yet. But that's not super surprising because safety is not usually unless it's a Derwin. Even Derwin James fell way farther than he should have. So it's not a surprise that you got safety sitting there.
I mean, here's a great position for us being an early second round pick is a lot of guys who we did not see being taken in the first round have been taken in the first round. So there's a lot of first round talent that is now falling.
I don't know if I'd say a lot. I do. We did talk about running back.
Freezing ass computer.
We have Baltimore on the clock here. They're not going to take a running back.
I'm refreshing before Baltimore picks.
Tampa's probably not going to take a running back either, right?
No,
I am a little surprised.
Fournette, don't they? Didn't they bring them both back? Or not?
I am a little surprised that Javonte Williams did not go in the first round, assuming that he doesn't get picked. He is really good at a running back out of North Carolina. He is. Did it not just say Baltimore?
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Am I drunk?
Yeah, you drink too much wrong juice.
I thought it said their pick was in. It's not now.
I wouldn't be like the most shocked that Baltimore went running back because obviously they have J.K. Dobbins. Well, I'm pretty sure they got rid of Mark Ingram, and I don't think they have.
They did,
like
but they just drafted Dobbins. And do you think?
You get two cheap running backs
this early. So when I took my break when I walked away a little bit ago, I was on the phone with a talent evaluator. He said, "Quote, Jacksonville's pick." I'll fill you in later. He said, "Quote, Jacksonville's pick was the worst pick I've seen in the last 8 years of NFL."
Well,
drafts.
let Matt back in.
Did you just call your home phone and you were like, "Hey, Paul, like I got something to ask
No,
you."
it was on my cell. No,
Paul, let Matt back in.
I wouldn't get a little snack. Why did Matt leave?
Because
you were blaspheming Travis Etienne.
You suck.
It's nothing to do with the player. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with the player. It's just a terrible pick. By far the worst pick of the draft.
Baltimore's pick is in, but it is on commercial. So
well, actually, I can't say by far the worst pick of the draft because it wasn't the 20s. The worst pick of the draft has to be Waddle to Miami at 6. That has got to be the worst pick of the draft. But to the Lions' benefit, so I am thrilled with it.
Yep.
This is the best pick in the draft.
Why are you bouncing? What are you bouncing on?
He's been bouncing for 4 hours.
Yeah, where you been?
Not paying attention, apparently.
Yeah.
He's too busy looking at your
jersey. These abs so strong, baby. You sit on one of these.
What?
Keep that core strong.
Oh my goodness.
There's one thing
just reminds me of the white shirt on.
It's having hair and having a strong core.
Oh my goodness. did Baltimore pick first?
Bateman.
Yeah.
Bateman, yeah. So this pick, I mean, maybe they go offensive line, right? They're not. You wouldn't think they get another pass catcher. Offensive line's not out of the question. Jenkins still on the board from OK State, right?
Yep.
It's a Mo Rig, and like I said, I didn't think their secondary was all that great last year, so I could see him or Asante Samuel. And then obviously you have the two linebackers, JOK and Azeez Ojulari.
About
or even Barmore.
Big boy from Oklahoma, their center.
Ronnie. Oh no, that's a defensive end.
They could use.
Oh no, that's Alabama.
So the thing is, they need offensive line bad, like period. Like they need a ton of offensive line, not like they need interior and tackle help. Like I really would think that this pick would be offensive line. Linebacker would not be a surprise either, but well, best player available is
we got a trade.
Is Jeremiah.
The Chiefs traded up.
No, the Chiefs had this pick first.
Never mind.
They traded.
Are you good? What are you doing? You're spreading fake news. What is going on?
Don't mind me.
The Chiefs traded back for the pick that they traded away.
Oh man, they got Orlando Brown and their pick back.
Oh guys, we were just kidding.
Give Orlando Brown back.
Oh, don't take our boy.
Don't do it.
Oh, they took Paul's boy.
Which one?
Long as not our boy.
Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole.
Oh,
Penn State.
Beautiful. He's fast. Like he's for an edge, he is really fast.
Jaycee Horn.
I mean, this guy comes
just showing him in the room too.
Oh, it says the Bucks pick is in already.
Flying at you.
Again, why is their first highlight?
Look at that. Oh my God. Look at that. They just threw up the 40-yard. 4.37. 4.37 at 260 pounds.
Well, doesn't look like we're getting that line straight up.
The Ravens 0 sacks from their linebackers last year?
Well, that could be a scheme thing.
It's
it's not necessarily.
Have bad linebackers.
Showing them beating up our Spartans. It wasn't hard to do.
Right, bro. This is like 3 highlights already. They showed 5 highlights and 3 of them were against us.
Well,
I was at that game actually. That's the one me and McKenna went to. Very rainy, as you can see on the screen.
Yeah.
Well, they really are showing these. So I'm not even watching ESPN. I'm watching NFL Network, and they're showing Spartan lowlights. He's just so wildly fast. The guy runs a 4.37. He's faster than most corners and receivers, and he weighs 260 pounds and comes off the edge at you as a quarterback. That is goddamn terrifying. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yep.
Bucks already got their pick in.
I say, last pick of the first round, which means the Lions didn't trade up.
This is legitimately one of the biggest athletic freaks I have seen on defense in a long time. This is your Jadeveon Clowney level freak, but like maybe even freakier. But at the same time, that kind of athleticism and size was available at the end of the first round. And that gives you pause, right? He clearly did not have the production in college even that you would expect from a guy of his raw ability. And that's where you start to get in between, is he an athlete or is he a football player, right?
As long as he's not.
You need to put the Ryan juice down.
Been way more right than
the PG-13.
So, coming into last season, the big question.
Last pick.
Can they keep Tom Brady?
Mr. Irrelevant of the first round.
O-line, right? Pick O-line.
Nope. They took a linebacker. Too bad it wasn't the right one.
Well, that's not the same kind of linebacker.
Doesn't matter. It wasn't the right one.
No, this is no, this is an edge.
Nope,
this is not the
matter.
same.
It wasn't the right one.
It matters a lot.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
If there's only one shirt left at the store and you go to the store and you buy a top and it's a sweater, as long as you didn't buy my shirt, I'm good.
Oh my goodness.
You could buy sleeveless.
Wow.
You could buy a polo.
Didn't get taken in the first round.
So we got some options tomorrow.
If he
boys.
were to fall to the Lions at 7 and we were to take him, just Sewell and him, I would declare this the best Lions draft of all time, of my lifetime. That's how good.
So guys, the Lions would be guaranteed to get tomorrow. Are JOK, Trayvon Morgan. I mean, one of these guys, right? Obviously not all of them. Elijah Moore, Tevin Jenkins, if you wanted to go another tackle. Christian Barmore. There is Asante Samuel Jr. There is Rondale Moore, Carlos Basham, which one you guys mentioned earlier. Jabril Cox out of LSU, the linebacker.
So at this
other
point,
names too. Those are just
at this point, I want to trade up. What is it costing you to trade up?
Logo there, Dylan. You see that?
What is it going to cost us to trade up 6 picks at this point? From 2-7 to 2-1. What would it cost? It's going to cost us what? A 4th round pick, maybe? Is it going to cost more than a 4th round pick to trade up 6 picks at this point?
I wouldn't think so.
At this point, so I think that we've reached the point where, holy cow, I think this guy's that good compared to everyone left on the board, and he could be that helpful for us. Now you trade up and you go get that guy. Now I'm not worried about the little bit of draft capital that it's going to take to go get him. I just want to go get him.
And we have a decent amount of draft capital.
We do. We have a good amount of draft capital. It's nice.
The next few years.
Of picks I'd be happy with, obviously him. Trayvon Moehrig would be a good pick. I wouldn't be mad if we took Aziz. He wouldn't be my favorite, though. I would like Asante Samuel. I think he'd be a good pick. I wouldn't mind him at all. The fact that we're here and Jeremiah is still available, I don't want anyone else now. So anyone else is going to be a disappointment
even there
at this point. What?
They were showing Seahawks fans at the draft. Why are you
they're mad they didn't trade up.
Trade up into the first round.
Well, I wonder. I mean, I'm sure you can get tickets for all 3 days of the event. I mean, if you have tickets for the first round, why not go?
Yeah, no, I know.
I do appreciate the 7 people, not including Dylan, that are still watching this. Very nice.
And it's probably 4 of us in the chat.
No, it's not me.
Oh, I'm in the chat. I'm definitely one of these 8. For sure. What about Brad Holmes drafting Hall of Famers in his first draft?
Right?
It's real good. He didn't mess up the most important pick that he's made ever. He didn't mess it up.
Second one early tomorrow.
Yeah. You know who would have messed it up was Ed Dodds.
Jesus Christ. He did not pay attention. Who already went over this?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what I'm bouncing on?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
really?
How much?
It's the Ryan juice. I've had too much Ryan juice. That's where I went.
We told you, Matt's known for core strength and having hair.
All right. Honestly, if I had to guess, I would say it's one of those big round ball things, the exercise balls.
That I might have shown on camera to you, so that's a good guess.
You did not.
The thing I did.
I wasn't looking. I was looking up draft stuff. I swear to God. I didn't know.
We've officially
that was a great guess
of the podcast.
Yeah, it was a great guess that you saw.
I really didn't. I swear to God, I did not. Did I say anything about it? I would have made a comment. Did I make a comment about it?
I don't remember.
No, I did not. Okay. All right. I love you. It's been a great night.
Do the thing.
Hey, so make sure you guys follow us on our Twitter at Sports Carnage. Probably should have done it at the beginning when more of you were on here. Sports Carnage Podcast. We did put up that very funny Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase Bengals meme. So that's on there. And then we're not going to have a live draft show tomorrow, But we will be reacting to the draft in some way, probably on our next podcast, which you can check out on Detroit Sports Nation, on Google, on Podbean, on Apple Podcasts. So everywhere you guys get your podcasts, except for Spotify. You guys can find us there, and make sure you're liking us on Facebook. Make sure you like Detroit Sports Nation. Keep following their page, and we will see you. This is going to be on our YouTube, and we'll see you probably next Friday-ish when our next podcast comes out.
Good night, everybody.
For Ryan Griffin, Paul Rochon, AJ Riley, I'm Matt Bass. We are Sports Carnage. Thank you all for spending 4 hours plus with us at the live NFL Draft first round. We'll be back with y'all in our normal time on the podcast next week.